Chapter 202. After twisting the laws of nature for thousands of years, the northern elves finally suffered from nature's vengeance. The furious nature used a rapid rain of ice crystals to cleanse this country of sinners, while a dragon-like storm wreaked havoc on the land. The death of the ancient guardians took away the last green of hope. That sounded a little artistic, so let's just get straight to the point. After the natural barrier was broken, the two countries with vastly different climates came into contact with each other. The drastic temperature difference caused the air convection to accelerate and become unstable, forming natural disasters such as hail and tornadoes. The death of the forest guardian god increased the death of the natural vegetation, and the sandstorm also lost its shielding. Multiple natural disasters interacted with each other, causing the situation to become unsalvageable. If we don't do anything, the northern elves will probably perish. But I'm not willing to save them for nothing. This was the consensus reached by some human kingdoms. However, their rescue speed was incredibly fast. Or perhaps it should be said that their speed of stealing was incredibly fast. Although the secrets of magic had been passed down by the elves to the other species, as the species with the longest history of magic, many of their magical schools and secret spells were only passed down within the elven species. At the very least, they were ahead of the rest of the world in many aspects, such as inscriptions, foreign languages, and nature mages. The human kingdoms had been coveting them for a long time, and even if it was accidentally leaked, the lucky ones who obtained it would mostly treat it as a secret and keep it for themselves. At the very least, the small kingdoms in the north had no chance of obtaining it, although the other 3 northern elven kingdoms had suffered heavy losses. At least their royals were still around. Although their main armies had suffered heavy losses, they still had their own local armies and second-line armies. They were also capable of organizing themselves to save themselves and were also on guard against the humans. The other kingdoms of the elves were too far away and couldn't save them in time. However, they still existed. Although the elven gods were tempted, they didn't do anything. If they didn't personally come to save them, it would be no different from an invasion. If they went overboard, they would have to consider the chain reactions that would result. In fact, it was the sudden appearance of several dozen elven gods that directly ended the plans of the other kingdoms of the elves. Those elven gods were obviously reinforcements from the other kingdoms of the elves. Not only that, there were divine existences among them, which meant that the elven gods had begun to interfere. That was why Roland's aid to the 3 countries could only stop at making a fortune out of them. He would use the resources and rations that they lacked to get through the winter in exchange for gold, elven magic tools, and other hard currencies. As for the magical legacies and secrets that they had hidden away, Roland could forget about them. However, Tassel was different. The true God Rose's fall ritual had displayed her divine power, causing all the elves in this elven kingdom to become fallen elves with dark brown skin. Perhaps even their own species wouldn't recognize them. After all, compared to the surface elves, these gray-blood elves were much closer in appearance and characteristics to their underground cousins, the dark elves. Rose's move was very vicious. Basically, it was equivalent to cutting off the Tassel elves' way of returning to the surface elves. The Tassel elves who had nowhere else to go could only follow her. But when she suddenly fell, it directly caused the Tassel elves to fall into a desperate situation. The other kingdom of the elves hated the Tassel elves for their betrayal, and the humans hated the Tassel elves for starting the war. If the upper echelons of the Tassel kingdom were still around, they would most likely be of some use. But unfortunately, if they were still around, they would probably be directly dragged to the guillotine. Nothing was more convincing than the accusation of the soul of the murdered. When Swana returned, the conspiracy hidden in the gutter was exposed to the public. The original Elven King was treated as an ambitious warmonger. And it was precisely this war that caused the fall of the Guardian Goddess, the extreme deterioration of living conditions, and the plummeting reputation of the royal family and nobles. Not to mention that most of the Tassel elves' descendants had died in this war. The Tassel Kingdom was completely unable to organize any rescue efforts for its own citizens. If it weren't for the fact that the other kingdom of the elves were also suffering from the war, they might have already mobilized their armies for revenge, not to mention rescue. After asking for help from the kingdom of the elves several times, but getting rejected, the Tassel elves could only helplessly ask for help from the neighboring kingdom of Sluir in order to survive. Even though the Tassel elves had just recently been at war, and even though most of the Tassel elves' executioners had died in battle, the blood feud still existed. As a result, the Tassel elves didn't have much hope in asking for help. However, Sluir agreed. Although Queen Glina didn't send any reinforcements out of consideration for her own citizens' feelings, she opened the door to other human countries, allowing them to carry out her rescue mission. As for the rescue teams that came uninvited from various countries, under the call of an alliance, they also began to rescue. Although these rescue teams were quite selfish and were no different from robbers who robbed homes while saving people, they did indeed save many Greyblood elves who were on the brink of death. And among these rescue teams, the most eye-catching one was a relatively remote, small country, Donglan. Knight Princess Rene, who had become famous in this war, personally led the rescue team. All the believers of the Church of Law were mobilized, and they weren't rescuers like those robbers. Instead, they were truly here to save people. Every time they went to a place, they would distribute resources, search for elves who were suffering from the disaster, set up temporary residences for the refugees, and carry out emergency rescue work according to requests. Repaying evil with good? I don't think you're such a good person. Humph, of course I'm not that foolish. It's just that I'm not as short-sighted as them. What do you think they'll be able to gain from the refugees' gazes as if they were thieves? Our goal wasn't that simple from the very start. Soon, when the refugees began to move, my words were confirmed, and my choice was rewarded. Amidst the endless calamities, the royalty of Donglan lost its authority, and the neighboring countries were eyeing us with hostility, ready to take revenge. The calamities transformed what should have been a livable country into a living hell. No matter whether they admitted it or not, the Tassel country was beginning to disintegrate. At this time, while the elven countries closed their doors, many human countries opened their doors to the Greyblood elves who were trying to immigrate here. However, more than 90% of the migrating elves chose to immigrate to Donglan. This great migration would change many things. At the very least, they would bring countless books and knowledge with them. That's right, this was my goal. It wouldn't be meaningful to take advantage of the elves' misfortune. But as long as I could obtain the elves, I would naturally obtain everything. Apart from Donglan's rising reputation, the elves' choice was mostly due to the Donglan Principality's excellent reputation. Not only did Donglan not interfere with the elven slave trade, it was also a country that strictly prohibited the practice of slavery. Every other country had elven slaves. In order not to suddenly become someone else's property overnight, coupled with what they had personally witnessed recently, any elf with a normal intelligence would make this choice. Since the situation was developing, I also tried to convince Swana that rather than stubbornly holding on in a neighboring country that was filled with hostility, it would be better for the entire elven species to migrate. Otherwise, even if they survived this winter, what would they do next winter? As long as they were free, it was likely that the petty elven gods would immediately begin dealing with Tassel's betrayal. The three Northlands, kingdoms of the elves, would be more than happy to act as the vanguard. I didn't think that Glina would be able to completely stop Sluir's revenge. When a country reached such a state, it was also time for it to end. Go ahead and migrate. In this land, Donglan is probably the only country that hasn't suffered any losses in this war that can truly accept you all. You've all seen the reputation that they've accumulated over the years. Now, they worship the law god as their national religion, and all species have equal civil rights. Even the sinless undead can live under the sun. Naturally, you elves can as well. Swana didn't immediately respond to me, but I didn't continue to urge her to make a decision. However, I knew that she would definitely agree in the end. As long as we gathered all the information, if the tassel Greyblood elves didn't want to perish, then the path that I offered would be the best choice. She could only choose the path that I expected. The truth was right in front of her. I indeed had my own selfish motives, but she would still choose the path that I expected because this was the only path to survival. Without a doubt, this was an obvious scheme. It was only a matter of time before Swana agreed. Before that, I would patiently organize a rescue mission to show her sincerity. During this rescue mission, even though the Berserk weather made it impossible to use any small airships apart from the Borealis, the Aurora Knight and elite warriors still left a deep impression on the elves. Many elves became famous because of this. Aurora Wings, Angel Wings, gigantic mountain rescue airship, valiant Dragon Slayer princess, even though she has a strange sexual orientation. Not only did this increase Donglan's reputation, it also gave the elves hope for Donglan. It was likely that as long as Swana made the final decision and called for everyone to migrate, the Great Migration would go quite smoothly. Of course, there were also some things that made me not know whether to laugh or cry. Eternal Friends of the Centaurs? What's that? Oh, that's Lord Bafing's new title. Didn't the forest centaurs of the Tassel Kingdom lose their homes due to the destruction of a large number of forests? However, those stubborn tribe leaders are unwilling to leave their homes, even at the brink of death. They're about to meet a calamity. Lord Beifong has made his move. I couldn't blame the tribe leaders for being stubborn. As far as I knew, the forest centaurs and the rainbow deer tribe were all subordinates of the forest god. Perhaps they had signed some sort of contract and were unable to leave. But right now, I was completely distracted by another matter. When did Beifong become a lord? Judging from his words, it was obvious that this servant was biased, and considering that he was a half-beastman from the Cheryl tribe, it was likely that he had already been killed by Beifong. So, I turned around and asked another human servant about this. What did he do? Forget about the 18 forbidden ones. I don't want to know anything. I heard that the forest centaurs were planning on waiting for their deaths. So Lord Beifong and Cassio went to their door and challenged those stubborn tribe leaders based on ancient customs. Not only that, they've been winning every battle thanks to their outstanding strength. As long as they defeat a few more venerable tribe leaders, they'll be able to lead the forest centaurs out of the forest. Oh my, he's doing quite well. I was rather astonished. As far as I knew, Beifong seemed honest and straightforward. But he actually never did anything that didn't benefit him. I never expected that he would be working so hard to save them. Asterisk pa. Asterisk on a recliner by the side. Eliza suddenly closed a thick cookbook. She adjusted her glasses and gave me a hint. The forest centaur's favorite sport is wrestling. If it's an ancient tradition, most of them would strip naked and wrestle under a small stream or waterfall. Most of the centaur chieftains are strong and muscular men. Roland explained. All right, I was unable to comment on this. After hesitating for a moment, I could only squeeze out a sentence. Well done. What else could I say? No matter what, being able to save the elves and their allies was a good thing that would increase Donglan's reputation. As long as Beifing's selfish motives weren't exposed, I had no need to stop him. On the contrary, I had to support him. But keep an eye on that bastard. Don't let him do anything crazy. It's already dangerous enough to let Beifong enter a forest filled with animals. And those centaurs, ugh. I recalled the look in his eyes when he saw Cassio for the first time. As expected, I should have killed him back then. If he does something scandalous this time, no, he definitely has already done it. I should say if the scandalous news gets out. The more I thought about it, the more anxious I became. I slammed the table and stood up. No, I have to hurry and stop him. I can't allow him to ruin Donglan's reputation. However, just as I roared righteously, I was stopped. There's no rush. Leave after lunch. Who knows what shocking things he'll do? It'll be too late after lunch. Amelia worked so hard to make lunch. You should at least eat 2 bites. Of course it would be too late. However, it wasn't because the centaurs would be too late. Rather, based on my experience over the past few days, I would have to go to the river Styx again after lunch. If I didn't find an excuse to sneak away now, it would really be too late. No, I probably won't be able to go anywhere after lunch. You can't go anywhere even if you don't eat. I spent a lot of effort to teach Amelia how to cook. I knew that you definitely didn't have good intentions when you taught Amelia how to cook. From the moment you took away that dark, fatal cooking compendium, I predicted that this day would come. Dark, fatal cooking compendium? This isn't a classic British cuisine. Although I don't know what country Britain is, their cooking methods are indeed unique and innovative. Plus, it's easy to learn, so it's really convenient for Amelia to practice. Yeah, it's really simple. There are only 2 ways to cook it. Either you bake it in the oven or you cook it in a pot. You don't add any seasoning when cooking, and you just add whatever you like when eating. It's really original. This method is already ridiculous enough, but with Amelia's magic pot, it's already prepared. I spent a lot of effort on today's main dish, so please look forward to it. Suddenly, Amelia's voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw a gigantic fish head facing the sky. Its open mouth was still filled with spittle, and its large, lifeless eyes seemed to be complaining about its pitiful fate. The famous British dish, stargazing. Ugh. At that moment, a strong urge to vomit rose up from my stomach. It would have been fine if it was only the famous British dish, but Amelia added a new understanding to it. Isn't this a demonic fish? It's a super dangerous demonic creature, a highly intelligent creature that's extremely difficult to deal with. Isn't it a special product of the underground river? How did you get it? Yep, it's actually still alive. You actually killed me to cook? I curse you. I curse you. I curse your descendants. Ah. Amelia smiled proudly as she suddenly retracted her fist that had knocked the fish unconscious. Didn't the cookbook say that the most important thing is the original taste of the ingredients? The higher the quality of the ingredients, the better. The demonic fish must taste good. Then it must be the freshest when it's alive. Yep, delicious. Not only that, Amelia even personally tasted the taste. Ah, it hurts. My cheeks are gone. Don't eat my eyeballs. I actually heard the curse of a vegetable that had been cut in half. This strange scene became more and more horrifying, and I didn't know what to say anymore. I could only carefully retreat and try to find a way to escape. However, an even more horrifying conversation came from behind me. That's great. Now we have the ingredients for dinner. Sensei, what are we going to make for dinner? Although I feel much more confident after making this dish, I think it's better to make it simpler. It's even simpler than the British dish. We're going to make a Japanese dish, sashimi. Simpler than directly throwing it into a pot and cooking it? Doesn't that mean we can eat it directly after cutting it up? That's right, that's how the dish is. All right, before the conversation became even more horrifying, I had already escaped. But from this moment onwards, I decided to eat outside until the end. Chapter 203. This was quite effective in providing disaster relief to the Northland's elves. From a certain standpoint, disaster relief was also the best platform for military strength and organization. Unknowingly, the Donglan Principality had already displayed sufficient strength. The Aurora Knight that could fly freely amidst hailstones, the Borealis that could ignore tornadoes, the gigantic engineering machines that could clean up rubble, and the incredibly adaptable 4 elemental swordcasters were all the best examples of the Donglan Principality's strength. They also added to the Donglan Principality's strength to become the future leader of the Mist Alliance. The arrival of another group of reinforcements was something that nobody expected. Their arrival greatly increased the speed of the rescue operation. However, there was a small problem. These reinforcements were residents of the underground, the most evil existences the Holy Church had ever heard of. In the previous battle, Galen had established a certain level of friendship with Swana. This time, when she received a request for reinforcements, She unhesitatingly organized her elite forces. Since the Dark Elves were still going berserk and the underground world wanted to control them, the underground lords were unable to send out their main forces. However, with their frighteningly abundant resources, it was already quite impressive that they only sent out their elite forces. Numerous gold and legend-ranked individuals joined the rescue operation. Not only did this greatly increase the speed of the rescue operation, it also made the other countries in the Northlands fearful of the underground strength. The most eye-catching group, which could be said to be the cornerstone of the rescue operation, was a group of divine knights. They were the Dark Elves. That's right, in the entire world, only Sulphur Mountain City had such a group of Dark Elf Knights. The town security team was sent here to carry out the rescue operation. They were already skilled at guarding cities to begin with, and they had plenty of experience in dealing with all sorts of dangers. Carrying out search and rescue missions in ruins was basically their specialty. The lowest rank among them was the Silver Holy Knight and Law Knight, which made them excellent meat shields to begin with. The heavy enchanted armor that they had just been equipped with was the newest model of the year. As Sulphur Mountain City's only main force, City Lord and unhesitatingly gave them the best equipment. In the past, it was nothing for everyone to have a holy sword. But now that Sulphur Mountain City was rich, they were all equipped with full-body enchanted mithril heavy armor, together with all sorts of gadgets created by the engineers. These female knight, Galen, completely ignored the hailstones and tornadoes. As city enforcement officers who had been working for many years, demolition and relocation were nothing difficult for them. They were used to dealing with disputes and explosions, so they were also good at dealing with ruin rescue missions. And when they discovered the injured, they still maintained a considerable number of holy knights and were able to treat the injured immediately. In a short period of time, their example spread throughout the entire disaster area. They're buried too deep and can't find the injured. 3 high-level holy knights. We'll fill the entire ruins with holy light. Let's save our lives first. She found the injured person behind the wall. She actually tore the wall open with her bare hands and used her body to block the falling rubble. She brought the injured person out unscathed. She's amazing. Sulphur Mountain City's town security was more than enough to take on the role of the royal guards of a mega kingdom on the surface. Their equipment was so extravagant that even legends would be envious of them, and they could directly enter the role of the main character of an epic story. This elite squadron, armed to the teeth, used a rescue mission to display their strength, and it also caused those who were tempted to rein in their ambitions. And so, Sulphur Mountain City's elf knight group began to become famous. What? Is it the city's security force? It must just be a cover. How could such a powerful knight group be used for security? And the one that left the deepest impression was that the warriors from Sulphur Mountain City suddenly clashed with Donglan's reinforcements. They even cornered the Church of Law's highest-ranking bishop, Shuedi, in a corner and viciously beat him up. Yep. Actually, the core of the Donglan reinforcements was a mercenary organization called the Gentleman Alliance. Just hearing this familiar name caused the town security to go berserk. You bastards, I left you alone for a while, and you actually increased in numbers. But since we're here, today shall be your doomsday. Shuedi, you're a criminal. We've finally caught you again. Sisters, take care of them. All right, there were indeed people in the Gentleman Alliance who were difficult to accept, such as that clothes-shredding swordsman, but Lord Shuedi was being wronged. Actually, he didn't do much. It was just that the Archbishop was worried about the suffering refugees, so he voluntarily took off his robe and underwear to protect them from the cold. Meanwhile, he only wore his underwear and insisted on providing disaster relief. Even though it was rather indecent, the Archbishop's muscular body had a masculine beauty to it. Plus, he was forced to do so by the circumstances, so no one thought too much about it. But obviously, these misophobic elves were completely unable to accept such behavior. They viewed him as a bad habit that was harmful to society, and that was going a little too far. Who doesn't know that the dark elves are indecent to begin with? Their thoughts must be too dirty, which is why they caused such a huge misunderstanding. In the eyes of biased people, the entire world is tilted. Their hearts are dirty, and they see everyone as dirty. In the end, under the indignation of the soldiers from other countries, Captain Yon of the town security knight could only personally apologize. Fortunately, Lord Shuedi was extremely magnanimous and forgave their rashness on the spot. But obviously, Yon and the others didn't appreciate it. We actually had to lower our heads and apologize to that pervert. This is the worst experience in history. No, this is the second time. The first time was when that pervert actually became our superior, Yan. But not even 2 days later, they committed another crime. Not only did they chase the legendary hunter Bayfong of the Friends of the Centaurs like a rabbit, they even ganged up on this kind and honest person in front of everyone. In the eyes of the world, if Shuedi's incident was pardonable, then the Draken Bayfong who was ganged up and beaten up the moment they met was too much of an injustice. Do we need a reason to beat up Bayfong? Then, let's punish him for the crime of Bayfong. Perhaps such a reason would work in Sulphur Mountain City, but in the eyes of other observers, it seemed like they were taking advantage of their position to bully others. Did you hear that? Crime of Bayfong, crime of Bayfong? He clearly didn't do anything at all. Isn't this too much? You're going too far. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Perhaps the elven ladies still have some prejudice against me, Bayfong. I can understand that, but perhaps they're under too much pressure. If beating me up can relieve their anger and dispel their prejudice, then come. Bayfong, Herald's magnanimity only served to accentuate the elf knight's craziness and incomprehensibility. Listen to their resolution. They're practically saints. Sulphur Mountain City's town security night squad. Perhaps they have astonishing strength, but their magnanimity and character, they don't even have the slightest bit of Lord Shuedi or Bayfing's. Tui. All right, from a certain standpoint, it was just that the past that happened in Sulphur Mountain City was replaying itself. This time, the Gentleman Alliance had successfully toyed with the town security, albeit at a price. Of course, if I appeared, I could indeed dispel these misunderstandings, but I would have to explain what happened underground and the truth behind Bayfong and Shuedi. After hesitating for a second, I made up my mind. After all, it wasn't the first time that the town security had been toyed with by the Gentleman Alliance. I should leave some face for the Church of Law and the Surface Gentleman Alliance mercenary squad. But soon, I didn't have the leisure to care about such small matters. Thanks to the underground autarch and sincere persuasion, Swana also made up her mind to migrate her entire tribe. Their destination was Donglan, a vast but sparsely populated area. Sincere persuasion? And actually knows how to do this? Isn't she supposed to be a weakling with words? Just like Adam, she only knows how to use her fists to persuade others? What? You're finally enlightened. Just treat it as if it's true. Swana and the others are just finding a way out of this embarrassing situation. Let's leave some face for them. Actually, and had only casually mentioned, it seems that this place is uninhabitable. Why don't you go to the underground together with Anne? If you don't want to go, Donglan and Big Brother Roland would be fine as well. Obviously, such a casual invitation lacked sincerity. And what truly made Swana decide to gamble the fate of her entire tribe on the line wasn't something as abstract as sincerity. It seems that they feel that this ship is reliable enough, so they intend to board it. After sitting in this position, even Swana would have to abandon her personal feelings and place the interests of her tribe above all else. Right now, it was obvious that Swana had offended far too many people. Even if they managed to survive this crisis, it was inevitable that others would hit them while they were down. And since their species had changed, the elven gods couldn't count on them anymore. They needed to find a faction to rely on in order to continue surviving. Although they had long since decided that they needed to rely on another faction, the most important thing was to choose the right target. Otherwise, if the ship sank again, there would truly be no hope for them. If the other human kingdoms were able to display outstanding strength, perhaps the elves would have made other choices in the end. However, in this war and the disaster relief that followed, East Mist was undeniably the main character. Displaying strength and foundation was one thing, but the countless connections they had with the underground world, the new, guiltless faction, the Church of Law, and so on were another important bargaining chips. The most important thing was the Mist Alliance's growing momentum of development and new technology, as well as the Mist Alliance project that was destined to sweep through the entire Northlands in the future. For a politician who prioritized the interests of his own people, it was quite obvious what choice he should make. All that was left was internal wrangling, and he would finally come up with a compromise that everyone could accept. Actually, Swana herself had put in a great deal of effort to make the elves, who had no sense of time and loved to endlessly argue, come to a decision so quickly. From a certain standpoint, she had her own thoughts as well. I'm an elf, or an undead. Even though I'm clearly dead, I've become the living support. Perhaps Donglan, where only the guiltless exist, is the only home I can live in. I'm already tired. As long as my tribe can survive, I, the dead, need to find a place to rest. Due to that dishonorable incident that ignited the war, when the conspiracy was exposed, the Council of Elders, which originally had the highest authority in the world, suffered a calamity. The Elven King's accomplices, the elders behind the scenes, were all removed from their pedestals by the angry citizens. It was already quite fortunate that they were able to survive. Ironically, at the cost of her own death, Swana achieved what her father had dreamed of and fought for half his life: complete control over the Tassel Kingdom. However, it was likely that the Tassel Kingdom would cease to exist in the near future. After the Great Migration, even the most optimistic of the Tassel Kingdom's grey blood, elves knew that no matter how kind Donglan was, it would be impossible for them to become part of China. If they stayed here for a short period of time, they could still form a relatively independent region. But if they stayed here for a long period of time, or even forever, the only choice would be to be scattered and assimilate into the local population. Not only would this be a good thing for Donglan, it would also be a good thing for the grey blood elves. And when all of this happened, the Tassel Kingdom, which had existed for more than 1,000 years, would come to an end. All that would remain would be a new species of the Donglan Principality, the Donglan grey blood elves. When the long elven migration procession set off, the elves would look back every few steps with expressions of reluctance, as if they were praying for a miracle to suddenly appear, for natural disasters to suddenly disappear, for the dark clouds of war to suddenly disperse. But at this moment, that familiar song rang out once again. Djh djd, ka suad asda. Distant relatives, where have you gone? We miss you in our homeland. The Banshee princess, who had turned into a specter, sang that familiar traveler's song once again. Back then, when the dark clouds of war covered her homeland, Liusu had hummed this little song in order to find a place for her people to live and reproduce in. She had left her homeland to search for her ideal country by herself. Efarida Eldikad, are the ancient trees at home still green? That familiar spring scenery of the lake always reminds me of my childhood. Back then, the sky was so blue. Perhaps this was how Liusu had smiled back then as she bid farewell to her family in her homeland. My beautiful childhood has passed, and the nightmarish war is right before me. But I, little Liusu who loves singing the most, believe that there's a peaceful and beautiful land on the other side of the mountain. Yep, perhaps there isn't such a place on the other side of the mountain, but there's definitely such a place on the other side of the mountain. This feeling was so similar to back then. Even though it was clearly a cheerful song, some of the young elves were already beginning to cry in a low voice, while even more of them were beginning to sing together in a low voice. Finally, the many low voices combined into a chorus that echoed throughout this boundless world. My dear Aunt Susan, I miss you again. But, little Liusu, you still can't go home. I still haven't found the home of my dreams. But I believe that the clover will always hide under the hooves of a horse. The home of my dreams is right under my nose. Her singing had already started to spread. Liosu, who had never been discouraged, walked briskly in that chaotic world. She crossed a mountain, a sea, and arrived at the other side of the mountain, and there and there and there and there, and finally, I found it. It's right there. The ancient trees in my dreams are guiding me. I'm about to see the beautiful home of my dreams. That's right, she had found it. The hesitation and depression in the song had disappeared, and the cheerful song had reached its climax. Da JD ad, Dal Dada 80. My family, I've finally found the home of my dreams. Our new home is in the north. Our new home is in the north. Chapter 204. A battlefield for traitors, a war without justice. No matter how future generations would evaluate this war, this long war that lasted from autumn to winter in the year of the Griffin was destined to be recorded in history. This was the grand opening of a new holy war that had already begun countless times. Its influence would last for decades, centuries, or even millennia. The elven god's plan had met with an iron wall right from the start. The Beastmen's southern invasion would probably have to wait for the next time. Yet, due to a certain person's scheme, the Beastmen took advantage of the fact that the Beastmen were weak to send visitors from the underground to both sides. After the calamity ended, the underground city, lords would establish several dozen satellite cities in the Mist Alliance. These would become the underground faction's bases on the surface. Naturally, there would be no lack of dark elves among them. No matter if they were willing or not, they would become a buffer zone between the Sluer Kingdom and the Elven Kingdoms. Of course, Cince and Anya and Little Red all represented their factions and applied to join the Mist Alliance. It could be said that the Mist Alliance was finally established, and this place would become a new outpost. As for the harsh, natural environment, to be honest, the underground was about the same. As long as they made proper preparations and had the support of the entire new Mist Alliance, the residents of the underground were confident that they would be able to take root in this land of ice. For the sake of the Tassel elves who might return to their homeland, I also had them prepare a sufficiently large piece of land, as well as the Tassel capital, Tassel City, so that they would have a place to return to their homeland. Of course, if my plan was successful, the elves who had a good life in Donglan wouldn't return to their homeland, which was still a world of ice and snow. As for the Highlands, it seemed troublesome, but due to the heavy losses the Beastmen suffered and the Beastmen's ancient tradition, it actually became much simpler. When a tribe suffers heavy losses, it will merge with a stronger tribe or be swallowed up by the stronger tribe in order to continue the entire tribe. The Highland Beastmen, who had suffered heavy losses to the point where every family wore mourning clothes, faced the powerful underground Beastmen. It was impossible to stop the underground Beastmen's mass migration. No, it should be said that the remaining tribes, which lacked males and resources due to the war, were more than happy to see themselves being swallowed up. If hatred is black ink that can't be bleached, then pour a large amount of water into it to dilute it. If pain is unbearable, but can be forgotten with time, perhaps it would take several decades or even centuries for the underground Beastmen and Plains Beastmen to merge. But once the underground Beastmen truly devoured this new territory that always brought about war, according to our contract, both the Plains Beastmen and underground Beastmen would become part of the Mist Alliance. Of course, assimilation and fusion were mutually exclusive. In order to prevent us from entering the cycle of war once again, I would import residents of other species, diluting and mixing the various species in a single area. This was indeed a despicable move, but it was also a brilliant move that could truly resolve the cycle of war. It was a grand strategy to end the Beastmen's invasion of the South, which happened once every few decades. Perhaps I would never be able to see such a day in my lifetime. War isn't good, but if war truly breaks out, we should at least seize the opportunity to change something. For example, completely eradicate the root cause of the next war. So I said, Orc Nation? Elven Nation? Hey, why do we have to make things so clear? From today onwards, all countries and factions in the Mist Alliance will have no borders. All you need to do is follow the simplest procedures, and you'll be able to freely travel and even live in this region. This was doubtlessly a revolutionary decision. In this feudal era, where land was the most important resource, population was the most important resource. Every domain lord had their own household registration system, and it would be inconceivable to allow their citizens to freely move about in any city. Just proposing such a revolutionary decision caused intense discussion and even fierce opposition within the various countries of the Mist Alliance. In fact, the Rhodes Kingdom, which had already agreed to join the Mist Alliance, immediately started delaying the negotiations to join the Mist Alliance and wanted to retreat. I object. If we give them freedom, won't all the untouchables run away? There won't be anyone to farm the land. Won't all our territories be abandoned? Absolutely not. That's because you're too harsh on your citizens. That's why you're worried about losing your citizens. I think that this is a wise decision. That way, the territories of wise domain lords will become more and more prosperous, while evil domain lords like you will have pitiful lives. You're wrong. My ancestors and I have worked very hard, but the natural environment of my territory is so vile that it's impossible to improve it. If a large number of my citizens run away, I'll be ashamed to face my ancestors. Originally, considering that the Donglan Principality's popularity was quite high, and that Sluer was currently in its weakest period of reconstruction, I could have used the prestige I'd established from the previous battles to forcefully push through this plan. However, due to the fierce opposition from the domain lords, I was unable to pass it in the end. Since the opposition was so intense that it became impossible to move people within a country, I took a step back and allowed people to move between countries. Of course, the procedures were incredibly complicated. There was also a limit to the number of people who could move every year. However, if people chose to move to beastmen or elves' territories, they would definitely be allowed to move in batches, and they would even be given a large number of daily necessities. If I want to unite all the Mist Alliance's powers and make sure that there's no racial discrimination within the Mist Alliance, then I absolutely must realize the principle of equality and freedom of movement. It would seem that I underestimated those stubborn old-timers. Then let's take it slow. If the first generation can't do it, I'll wait for the second generation. If the second generation can't do it, then 4 or 5 generations should be enough. Starting from today, let's use the God of Law's church to get rid of those who go too far. My goal had never changed. I wanted to make Sulphur Mountain City's glory reappear on the surface. I wanted the Tauren and Holy Knight to have their arms around each other's shoulders in a bar. I wanted the evil Dark Elves to have the possibility of becoming Holy Job class members. I wanted everyone to live in a country where people weren't judged by their species, but by their moral character. This was my dream, a beautiful dream that I'd had for half my life. In order for all species to live under the same blue sky, the first thing I need to do is make sure that they'll be able to put down their prejudices and treat their new neighbors. Only by doing this would I truly be able to eliminate this so-called holy war. It wouldn't be so easy for the defeated species to make a comeback. It wouldn't be considered a victory if I didn't kill them all. But would I ever be able to kill them all? I would never be able to kill them all. Hatred would only create new chains of hatred, and the wheels of war would only get bigger and bigger. In the end, all that awaited me would be mutual destruction. True equality can't be achieved without the accumulation of thousands of years. In that case, as long as I'm still alive, I'll make sure that all living beings are equal on the surface. I had already established a standard law for evaluating moral character. In that case, the next step would be to close the distance between all species and let them see for themselves whether their neighbors were naturally evil or not, whether they drank human blood and ate human flesh every day. Prejudices would often come from distance. The unknown would often be connected to fear. If I wanted to divert internal conflicts, demonizing neighboring countries and other species would be an excellent method. Not to mention, I would also use information channels to spread rumors without any sense of responsibility, believing that other species were eating humans for food. How could this not create new conflicts? All sorts of propaganda and rumors combined together would make most people think that beast men were man-eating beasts, that the Cheryl mixed-bloods were a group of demons who were humans in the day and beasts at night, and that the Northlands barbarians were an uncivilized species who couldn't even speak properly. Even I, the people of the Mist, was a group of uncultured and impoverished barbarians in the eyes of the countries in the Central Plains. Just like how rumors would always become more and more ridiculous as they spread, people who were filled with prejudices would only go further and further off the beaten track. Prejudices would expand conflicts, and even a small matter would become a major matter. And once a conflict became more intense, it would be time for wars to accomplish great feats and slay demons. Meanwhile, those who invaded other countries and killed women and children would be portrayed as heroes of legends. That was how the Mist Kingdom had fallen in the past. In human society, the Mist Kingdom that didn't fit in with the rest of the world became an alien species. In the end, due to the misleading propaganda, the neighboring countries treated the Mist Kingdom as the reason why they were poor. In the end, a war that shouldn't have happened in the first place erupted. Only by increasing communication and distance can we eliminate prejudices. Allowing multiple species to live together is the foundational reason for Sulphur Mountain City's miracle. Implementing such a system is the most important thing right now. I definitely won't back down on this point. Sulphur Mountain City's model was also my ideal country's experimental plot. Now that I had a path to reach my goal, how could I possibly give up on this? Perhaps I might back down on other matters, but I definitely wouldn't back down on this. As for the domain Lord's obstruction, that wasn't a problem from the very start. Perhaps I appeared far too kind, causing others to forget what I had done in the past. Since I had already transformed into an Azura, what did it matter if I entered hell again? As long as the results were good, I wouldn't care about dirtying my hands. Eliza, the new spectators should have already been established, right? The first mission I'm giving you is to clear out all the opponents. No, all the neutral parties as well. There are no neutral parties in this matter. Do we need to directly clean them up? No, let's first collect evidence of their crimes. I refuse to believe that these domain lords are completely clean. Don't alert them. They're all quite cautious. In that case, we're only going to collect evidence of their crimes before having those old bones from the Judgment Hall come out? Yes, we'll make ample preparations and clean them up in one go. Let's set the date to be 2 years from now. We have plenty of patience. We'll also be able to increase the Church of Law's reputation and replenish our treasury. What if one of the families is as clean as an angel? That's not entirely impossible. It's not like this is your first day following me. Do I even need to waste my breath? I just want to confirm whether or not you're still the master I'm familiar with. Perhaps a peaceful life has changed you. Perhaps the beauty of sunlight will allow you to stay away from the darkness. Was there even a need to hesitate? I would still make the same decision. Afraid of dirtying my hands? I'd probably never been clean before. If they're as pure as an angel, I'll give them another chance to choose. But if they still insist on obstructing my plan, I'll have them go to heaven to be true angels. Eliza stepped into the shadows once again, but all she left behind was an empty echo. Your wish is our command. Sandstorms swirled in the air, and the sky was filled with large floating rocks. What was even more unacceptable was that everything here was black and white with no color at all. The monotonous black and white made one feel incredibly uncomfortable. Just looking at it for a moment made one feel dizzy and uncomfortable all over. The sandstorms that entered one's mouth along with the violent winds made it difficult to breathe. The mountains in the distance were slowly moving. Their towering peaks pierced the clouds, but when looking at them with binoculars, one would discover that they were actually stone giants and beasts that were as large as mountains. It was just that they were so large that their upper bodies were buried between the clouds and the floating islands. This was obviously not a place suitable for mortals to live in. This was the Earth elemental plane. On one of the floating islands, a group of visitors from the mortal plane that had just arrived had begun setting up camp. As for me, I smiled proudly as I looked at the tremendous will in the distance. Little brother Ondroken, I wonder how you're doing? I've come to visit you. I could sense that the Earth elemental god that we were so familiar with was in a deep sleep at the core of the underground abyss. Perhaps he would be even more surprised to see us. You want to run away after offending me? Humph, no way. Just as I wanted to say a few more words to declare war, I heard dissatisfied complaints behind my back. Roland, stop smiling like an idiot. Hurry up and help set up the tent. Adam seemed quite depressed as he realized that he would be sent to the front lines as a meat shield again. Yeah, don't even think about slacking off. Do you think that just by standing on that rock and talking to yourself, you can stop working? Hurry up and help me. All right then, my goal of pretending to sigh while standing on the rock wall had been exposed. Under everyone's angry glares, I obediently went to work. Setting up camp in such an environment wasn't an easy task. The tents that the gnomes in the mortal plane had sold to us had already been proven to be fake goods. Not only would they not be able to stand up, their so-called sandproof enchantments were also proven to be a joke. They wouldn't be able to last long before being buried by the endless sandstorms. And so, after a short discussion, we decided to just dig a hole and use it as a temporary shelter. Why were we here? That would probably have to start from half a month ago. Ondroken's insanity and hatred before he self-destructed was still fresh in my mind. His subsequent revenge was even more thunderous, and he struck us where it hurt the most, almost causing our defeat. Such a guy will take revenge sooner or later. If he goes all out and causes another Antun earthquake or Definder collapse, we'll suffer great losses. Let's take advantage of his weakness and take his life. I wasn't an idiot who would just passively deal with things. Since Ondroken had the ability and motive to threaten me, he could come out and take revenge at any moment. Naturally, I would choose to first attack by building a wall. However, Ondroken was incredibly strong, and he would only be stronger when he returned to the Earth elemental plane. Without sufficient power to back me up, attacking first would be the equivalent of suicide. And so I sent out an invitation letter, but I didn't receive an answer even after a long time. Half a month ago, that familiar friend of mine finally agreed to my invitation. However, she brought an unexpected guest with her. She was an ethereal figure that flickered in and out of existence. When she took off her hood, I saw a blue-haired elven woman. Her long, silky hair reached the ground, and her crystal-like eyes had a warm smile in them. Her unfamiliar, beautiful face also had a smile on it, but the divine power undulations that rippled through her body seemed rather familiar. After a short pause, I immediately inhaled a breath of cold air. Alos, the water elemental god? Chapter 205. I'd rather be foolish and naive than be too Ondroken. By Roland. Mist. This world originally didn't have such a maxim, but it did after me. From a certain standpoint, shouldn't Ondroken thank me for leaving his name in history? Cough, let's be more serious. When Alos appeared in front of me, I thought that the Ottoman case had been exposed, and that he had come to take revenge on me. But it turned out to be a false alarm. After the wind elemental god Camdrin received my invitation, he sought out another wind elemental god who had a deep grudge against Ondroken in order to increase his chances of victory. Back then, Ondroken participated in the encirclement against Stone Villa. If it wasn't for the fact that Ondroken's earth seal blocked the water connection to the ocean, my husband's Stone Villa wouldn't have died. His calm words were filled with bone-deep hatred. His crystal-like eyes were filled with a grudge that couldn't be resolved in the past. Time didn't erase that hatred, but rather made it even deeper. From a certain standpoint, Ondroken was indeed quite powerful. At the very least, I didn't have the confidence that I would be able to live well after offending so many people. No, according to my system statistics, there are far more people who hate you than hate him. The number of unlucky people who've fallen into your traps is at least 10 times greater than his. No matter if it's the number or quality of your enemies, they're unparalleled. I've always been considering whether or not to give you the title of Public Enemy of the Nation. Shut up. Nobody will think you're mute if you don't speak. I'm sorry, I wasn't talking about you. I hurriedly apologized in a low voice to the astonished Alos. From a certain standpoint, this was the first time that I had ever met Alos. After all, it was quite ridiculous for someone to angrily tell me to shut up when I was talking about my husband's bitter past. Fortunately, it seemed that Alos lived up to his reputation as the water elemental god. He seemed to have a good temper. He only smiled at me and didn't take it seriously. Since we have the same goal, the negotiations will naturally go smoothly. This time, in order to completely eliminate Omdroken, we have brought a luxurious team. Although there weren't many of us, only 7 of us, the weakest among us was a legend. Marguerite, Adam, and Amelia, the 3 strongest semi-gods under my command, were all here. They would be the main fighting force. Eaglestorm, Beifong Heralt, and Renee, the 3 legends, could only act as support. This was also a chance for them to train themselves. This was already the strongest lineup that would not affect the normal operation of the northern terrain. Would Princess Renee, who brought Donglan, be affected? Actually, most of the government affairs in Donglan were handled by Kelly and the rest. It wouldn't be a big deal to bring along a living seal. As for reinforcements, I had originally only expected Camderin to come. After all, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Everyone understood the principle of eradicating the source of trouble. However, I hadn't expected that the water elemental goddess would come as well. After all, from what I could remember, we still had some minor conflicts with her, so she should be quite busy. The Ottoman Empire's battlefield? That's a matter between the Sea Tribe and the humans. I've already done my duty. The Storm Girl is quite concerned about you. After all, you killed 3 of her beloved pets and even used their remains to create that monster. As long as she can spare some time, she'll definitely take revenge. Alo's words were quite trustworthy. As for Lady Storm, her reaction was exactly as I expected. Based on my understanding of her, the ancient elemental gods were indeed lacking interest in the Holy War. After all, this wasn't the first time they had experienced such a thing. The greater the benefits, the greater the risks. Without sufficient benefits, it would be impossible to make these sly old foxes obediently risk their lives. For example, back in the day, what attracted Omdroken to do his best for the Beastmen in the Northlands War was the long-vacant guardian god divine concept of the Beastmen. And if the Earth elemental plane successfully connected to the Earth elemental plane, the ancient elemental god divine concept of the Northlands and the guardian god of the Beastmen would become a true god and rapidly become powerful. However, it was obvious that the water elemental goddess wouldn't be able to obtain these conditions even in the Ottoman Empire. The Storm Girl has always been on guard against me. It's impossible for more of the Sea Tribe to worship me. There's no need for me to fight to the end for her. But for me, revenge is the most important thing. Your matters have nothing to do with me. If you return my husband's relics to me, I'll agree to a request of yours that isn't too excessive. I'll also be willing to help you resolve this grudge. Alo's expression was quite sincere. To her, the god equipment bottle itself wasn't important. What was important was the relics that her husband had left behind. Relics? Oh, that bottle. Hearing this, I immediately turned to look at Camderin. I had only used it once in the underground labyrinth to seal away the earth elemental god. It seemed that Camderin's eyes were quite sharp. However, Camderin shrugged with a calm expression. Back in the day, Stone Villa, who controlled the 7 seas, had a status equivalent to you, human's god of holy light. Although the god equipment in his hands is so weak that it's almost dead, how could I not recognize it? I hesitated for a moment, but it wasn't because I was reluctant to part with that god equipment. After all, It didn't contain much power, and its practical use was basically zero. The reason why I was hesitating was because it was related to a super high-level quest. Congratulations for triggering the legend-ranked quest. Revival of the Primordial Sea God. The Primordial Sea God Stonevilla was once one of the strongest gods of his generation. At his peak, there were several main god-level existences under his command. That year, Lady Storm was just a rookie who couldn't even be ranked. Although he was crazy enough to challenge the Goddess of Order and had already fallen. Due to a coincidence, the god equipment that contained his inheritance and secrets fell into your hands. It was even activated by the divine power of the same origin. Perhaps in this twilight of the gods, the primordial sea gods will make a comeback. This myth quest was quite ridiculous. It was split into 3 steps. The first step required me to gather ocean-related divine power to feed Stonevilla's ocean bottle so that it could evolve into a semi-god equipment. The reward would be an astonishing 100,000 fate points, and there would be no penalty. Based on my understanding of my ridiculous system, the greater the reward, the greater the price. With such generous conditions, this myth quest's difficulty would probably be inconceivably high. But recently, all sorts of troublesome things kept coming my way, so I tossed this myth quest to the side. On one side, there's this incredibly difficult myth quest that I might not even be able to complete even if I tried my very best. On the other side, there's the tangible benefits right before my eyes. I already have enough troubles for myself, and this has nothing to do with me. Forget about it. And so, when I personally handed the ocean bottle to Alos, she took it and held it in front of her chest, her face filled with memories and sorrow. Thank you. If only Stonevilla had been willing to listen to my advice back then, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Halfway through her sentence, Alos paused in surprise, and then her original nostalgia and sorrow completely vanished. Her beautiful face was filled with astonishment. How is this possible? There's still a divine soul within, and it's still recovering? How is this possible? Stonevilla can actually be revived? There's still hope for my husband to be revived? I had never seen anyone's expression change so quickly before. From sorrow to astonishment, from astonishment to delight, and then in the next second, the delight transformed into despair. No, Stonevilla, I can sense that your divine soul is currently disappearing. What happened? Your divine soul was clearly quite stable just a moment ago, so why is it disappearing now? Everyone else had astonished expressions as well. Although existences like gods were like cockroaches, and it would be difficult for them to completely die, the fact that a god who had fallen for so long could still be revived was already beyond everyone's comprehension. Just when there was hope for divine soul to be revived, it was now disappearing, which was even more incomprehensible. They couldn't understand, but I could. Hearing Aloz's exclamation, I paused in surprise for a moment before I snatched back the ocean bottle. The moment it returned to my hands, the divine soul within the bottle stabilized as expected. It was obvious that this divine soul was being kept alive by the system. So, when the ocean bottle no longer belonged to me, the system lost its ability to interfere, and the divine soul naturally dissipated. Perhaps the final goal of the legendary quest, revival of the ancient sea god, was to revive this mega god. It was as if I could sense the existence of the divine soul. Just as Alos instinctively wanted to snatch back the ocean bottle, she discovered the secret behind it. Although she didn't know what I was doing, the ironclad truth was right in front of her. The divine soul that had naturally dissipated was actually beginning to reform. This completely went against the common sense of this world. How did you do it? This is impossible. I hesitated for a moment, but I still couldn't come to a difficult decision. Actually, there wasn't much to hesitate about. This ocean bottle was definitely going to stay by my side. I was hesitating whether I should laugh out loud and say that her husband was in my hands, and that if she wanted him to live, he should be obedient, Or should I get closer to her ear and smile lewdly as I said, "Milady, your husband can't leave me any more. You should give in to me as well." All right then, in the end, I didn't say this brilliant line because the audience's gazes were too intense. I was afraid that I would get beaten up. This is my personal secret. I'm afraid that I'm the only one in this world who can protect his divine soul and revive him. All right then, I was doing my very best to remain calm and collected. However, the smile on my face betrayed how pleased I was. This was basically the heavens helping me. As long as Alos wanted to revive her husband, I would instantly have a top-notch fighter on my side. Yep, I would only be a fighter. I hated those who threatened me, such as pretty married woman, or knocking on the widow's door, or knocking on the widow's door. Alos' expression rapidly changed. As an old fox whose age could be counted in centuries, how could she not know what it meant to be under someone else's control? The atmosphere instantly froze. At times like this, it was time to strike while the iron was hot. After I was done being the bad cop, someone else was going to be the good cop. And so I glanced behind me. Cough, Lord Alos, please rest assured. We don't have any extravagant requests. We also want to revive Lord Stonevilla, but it will be rather difficult. For example, we need the divine power of the ocean to replenish his divine soul, and the current sea gods are all so powerful that we can't afford to offend them from a certain perspective. Renee was indeed a descendant of the mist and my disciple. She was quick-witted and thick-skinned. All I did was tell her that the ocean bottle required the divine concept of the ocean to strengthen her divine soul, and she had already guessed the crux of the matter. Her attack had hit the nail on the head. Alos' expression alternated between green and white. Even her elemental body was flashing. Even though her expression was still like an iceberg, her overly excited emotions almost caused her to reveal her true form. "Speak. Just tell me what your conditions are." Rain and I looked at each other and laughed. This was no longer a negotiation. We were just sending ourselves to be slaughtered. "Relax. We've always been open to discussion. You just need to." When I told her my conditions, Alos had an expression of astonishment. She wasn't astonished that the conditions were too harsh, but rather that they were too lenient. While her expression visibly relaxed, I laughed. "Let's take it slow. Her expression is so tense right now, so how am I supposed to extort her? Since the crux is still in my hands, there's no need to worry about the fish escaping the hook. If I force her too much at the start, she'll easily become desperate. Let's first use some simple conditions to get her used to it. Once she falls for it, once she gets used to my orders, she'll become addicted to it." My snicker coincided with Renee's, and we smiled at each other. There was no need for words to be said. Meanwhile, behind us, everyone was in a heated discussion. "It's over. Renee has been led astray by Roland as well." Marguerite had a helpless expression. One Roland was already troublesome enough, and Eliza, who he taught, was also super difficult to deal with. Adding on Renee, who was becoming more and more black-bellied, would indeed make one feel helpless. That might not be the case. I've never seen a normal mist descendant before. Just look at Gleena and Cavendish. Perhaps they've only awakened their potential. Their entire race is naturally perverted. Amelia viciously came to this conclusion. Looking at the two of them who were in cahoots with each other, Adam nodded vigorously as he recalled how he had always been tricked. I wasn't in a hurry to go fight Onderoken. Apart from gathering information and making preparations, there were also many things I needed to do in this elemental plane that was far away from the gods in the mortal plane. This battle and battlefield taught me a deep lesson. The appearance of god-level combat strength such as Cavendish, Onderoken, and Felix made my heart constantly ring with alarm. High-level combat strength had an impact on the overall battle situation. Every time they acted, they almost completely turned the tide of the battle. In the past, Emperor Yonya's forbidden spell would always be able to turn the tide of the battle, but right now, I'm too weak. I'm ridiculously weak. Yes, I was too weak. It had been almost 2 years since I obtained this double diamond bloodline, but I had only just reached the silver rank. My understanding of bloodline abilities and job class abilities was still quite shallow. Perhaps this would be an amazing achievement for others, but for me, it was an unqualified result. Recently, most of my attention has been taken up by other things. I'm always walking on a tightrope, and I'll fall sooner or later. Who knows what will happen in the future? I don't have much time left, so I need to hurry up and increase my power level. Of course, level had never been a problem for me. Perhaps my true combat strength would be related to my level, but just increasing my level wouldn't bring about a qualitative change. My opponents would only become stronger and stronger. It's impossible to rely on normal methods. In that case, I'll just have to cheat a little. Life and death. An endless cycle of reincarnation? Haha, that might not be the case. Chapter 206. Life and Death. The cycle of reincarnation never ends. If the soul was the foundation of the world, then the cycle of reincarnation would be the most basic rule of the world. The living would return to the living, and the dead would enter the cycle of reincarnation to nourish the world. That was why creating a life that didn't enter the cycle of reincarnation was a taboo, not to mention personally breaking the cycle of reincarnation and turning the dead back into the living. That was why I had never heard of anything like resurrection, which wasn't magic in all my years of living, not to mention seeing it. Even Emperor Yonnya back in the day was ambitious and arrogant, but he also knew that he had to be careful. In the end, he only broke the taboo with Lisa's matter, but Ale still came knocking on his door. After chatting casually, I found out that AL's main divine concept was to maintain the boundary between life and death, allowing the cycle of reincarnation to automatically operate, pulling the souls of the dead who had just entered the cycle of reincarnation back to the mortal world, doubtlessly crossed his bottom line. And the river Styx was one of his divine domains. What I did was the equivalent of robbing a police station, and he had to interfere. Not to mention the river Styx, in the mortal plane, anyone who dared to step on the red line would basically die for no reason. But here it was different. True gods weren't omnipotent. There would always be places in this world that they couldn't see. Souls have reincarnation, and the material world also needs reincarnation. The world is composed of the 4 basic elements of earth: wind, water, and fire. The elemental planes are the source of all the planes, as well as the storehouse of materials that replenish the basic structure of the world. However, the laws of the world there are far too simple. Due to the excessive accumulation of a single element and the lack of basic laws, the elemental planes even rejected the true gods' personal divine domains, becoming a forbidden zone for the true gods. Even the true gods are unable to see through it. Ha ha! Back in the day, there were a few fellows who almost fooled me. I remembered Ale saying this back then. He was just short of saying, if you want to do something illegal, go to the elemental planes. This was the equivalent of a police officer teaching a criminal how to take advantage of loopholes. How could I possibly miss this? Of course, if Ale wanted to interfere, he could. After all, he was no ordinary true god. In fact, he only learned of this loophole after someone discovered it and died at his hands. But at this time, Ale naturally didn't care about it. If I was the one who stepped on the red line, he could just pretend that he didn't see it. What am I going to do? Just looking at the shivering, silly cat in front of him was enough. The little black cat curled up into a ball, its bright eyes filled with moisture, looking like a house cat that was about to be thrown into the tub for a bath, using its eyes to beg its owner to let it go. Well, do we really have to? Nonsense, you said it? I've never seen you afraid for so many years. Isn't this your dream? Why are you cowering now? The silly cat sucked in a deep breath, and her pupils abruptly shrunk before expanding again. Her incessantly trembling cat ears finally stopped. Come, I'm not afraid. However, I was hesitating. Of course, I wasn't hesitating about whether or not I should start an experiment. No matter if Heloise agreed or not, this was already in my schedule. I was hesitating about whether or not I should tell her, "Your ears have indeed stopped moving, but your tail is currently cramping. She has already betrayed you." Ahem, tail. Ah. Heloise exclaimed in shock and immediately used her cat claws to grab her tail. But, unfortunately, even though she was tightly grabbed, she couldn't stop trembling as if she was cramping. After a short period of silence and embarrassment, she gritted her teeth and transformed into a blonde young girl. My ears are exposed. Ah. I continued to panic. This was the first time I had seen Heloise so flustered. Humans won't grow a black cat's tail. I continued to panic. Humans won't grow a cat's mustache either. Can't you just say it all at once? Is it fun to tease me? Teasing a cat requires doing it over and over again, right? I recorded the scene just now with a memory crystal. It's quite cute, so I'll slowly appreciate it in the future. Hey, what's the meaning of these claws? Are you planning on killing your master? I'm cleaning out my family, unfilial disciple. Watch as I leave the mountain like a fierce tiger. Fierce tiger? Haha. Let the cute cat leave the mountain. All right then. The rest was just the usual chaotic fight. At the very least, she was able to relax after such a commotion. It was no wonder that she was so afraid. If she made a single mistake, her soul would definitely be destroyed, and she would never be able to reincarnate again. From a certain standpoint, it wasn't wrong to say that the older one was. The more afraid one would be of death. Both she and I had too many regrets that we hadn't resolved yet, and we really didn't want to die like this. Perhaps your current physical body's simulated sensory system isn't bad, but it's completely different from real feelings. Your greedy cells are indeed capable of multiplying and replicating, and they can also simulate the metabolism of a normal life form. However, it's only a simple repetitive replication. It can only change quantity, but not quality. It's impossible to recreate the growth and maturity of a normal life form on a microscopic level, which makes it difficult for you to become stronger. The endless vitality and potential of a life form's constantly growing and renewing cells is something that can never be replaced. You should have already forgotten the feeling of becoming stronger through cultivation. That feeling of awakening your body through breathing and letting magic flow through your blood vessels is something that can never be replaced. If we want to take another step forward, this is unavoidable. Besides, do you think I'd make a fool of you? All right then. I instantly knew that I had said something wrong. The first part of my words had greatly moved her, and her expression also calmed down. However, my last sentence was obviously unnecessary. You really dare to say that? How many times have you made a fool of me? At the very least, we're on the same boat right now. You're my magical pet. If you become stronger, that's equivalent to me becoming stronger. If you die, my soul will also be greatly damaged. Do you really think I'd make a fool of myself? All right then. I instantly realized that I had said something wrong again. The silly cat's tail and fur all jumped out, and even her waist-length blonde hair stood on end. The Banshee Queen, who was becoming more and more like a cat, was infuriated. It seems that you've made a fool of yourself many times as well. Hey, is there anyone who comforts someone like you? That's all the more reason to worry. I shrugged and didn't explain anything. She was no longer a rookie who had just started her career. She could grumble a little about some things, and it was enough for her to have an idea of what was going on. Soon, as Heloise stabilized her emotions, another participant of the experiment appeared, and everything entered the beginning phase of the experiment. Shadow. I felt many emotions as I looked at this distorted shadow of light. From the very start, Frigid Maw's shadow wasn't a normal Frigid Maw. After it was hatched by an abnormal contract, its soul connection with its host was cut off. After being left here for more than 300 years, It was like a fetus that was cut off from its mother's body. In the end, it became a dead egg. No wonder the Frigid Maw tribe was unable to hatch this egg. A dead egg was already dead. So how could it possibly be hatched through normal methods? However, I was an undead mage, and I was even a former existence at the peak of undead magic. A lich, the process could be skipped, and the method of awakening the shadow wasn't exactly honorable. But in the end, I obtained an unexpected product, a half-living, half-dead nightmare. The shadow was alive, as an elemental life form. Its physical body was its will and soul. It had just been born, so it was only natural that it was alive. It was also dead. It had died long before it hatched. In the end, the only thing that was able to move about in the world was the remnants of its undead magic body. Frigid Maw was originally a hybrid of an elemental life form and a soul life form. With the addition of an undead life form and my soul shard, it's impossible to predict what the final product would be. If I really had to categorize it, I'd have to use the dead as the living. The awakened shadow was incredibly dangerous. Its power level was impossible to calculate. It existed in this world, but also didn't exist in this world. Apart from AoE attacks that specifically targeted the soul, all other attacks would be ineffective against it. It was capable of feeding on souls, but I didn't know what the souls it fed to it turned into. Its existence itself can't be explained by magical theory. Shadow is actually a product that broke the cycle of reincarnation. I can now understand why it's taboo. Such an existence is far too dangerous. It instinctively desires to fill the hole in its soul and devour all life. If it wasn't for the fact that I hatched it and it listened to me based on its instincts, perhaps I would have been the first one to suffer. Originally, I had intended to use divine power to make up for it so that it could completely evolve. However, the result was that the situation became even worse. It was indeed nourished by divine power, but its mutation developed in the worst possible direction. A product of divine power that shouldn't exist, and that I didn't foresee a divine sin. Damn it, I should have known that Shadow was a divine sin that hadn't completely evolved to begin with. This was the worst possible change. Divine sins, existences that the gods were afraid of, hated the world to begin with. My hatred and anger from despair back then created its soul. Divine power and Frigid Maw's egg gave it a physical body. The moment it was born, it would definitely cause a great calamity for the entire world. Fortunately, it still hadn't developed its own intelligence. It was only its instinctive desire to destroy everything. I was able to suppress it for a short period of time, but if I was careless for even a moment, it would probably be even worse than another god-slaying battle. It would be far too much of a pity to completely seal it away. That was why I thought of this experiment. If Shadow is a dead living person, then Heloise, the Banshee Queen's incarnation of greed, is more or less a living dead person. If the two of them can fuse and evolve to make up for each other's insufficiencies, perhaps it'll be possible to reverse the cycle of reincarnation, allowing the dead to transform into the living without going through the cycle of reincarnation. In theory, this was believable. No matter how it mutated, Shadow was still a product of my soul. Heloise was once a magical pet that had formed a contract with my soul. One of them was a living person without a physical body or self, while the other was a dead person with a physical body and life. With me as the medium, the two of them harmonized their soul waves and completely used the principles of a god's descent to fuse together. That was how the scene before me came about. God's descent. Shadow descend upon Heloise. The shadow of light entered the golden-haired girl's body. Soon, the distorted light disappeared without a trace. Then Heloise's entire body transformed into a distorted shadow that kept flashing and changing shape. Next, her entire physical body transformed into a gigantic cocoon of light. A gigantic pillar of light directly reached into the clouds. The tremendous divine might made it impossible for anyone to stay here. If everything goes smoothly, Heloise will obtain a new life and physical body. transforming into a divine life form. Perhaps she'll even have some of the divine Sin's abilities. Then, she can fuse with me as my magical pet. It seems that I've triggered all sorts of taboos in one go. I hope that Boss Ale won't mind. Fusing with Shadow wouldn't be something that could be done in a short amount of time. I turned my attention to the other tasks at hand. In this alternate dimension, I would truly be surrounded by enemies. If I wasn't careful, I would likely fail miserably. Where's Bayfoam? He still hasn't returned? As a hunter, scouting was basically his job. Ever since we set up camp, I had him patrol the surroundings, and he happily set off. He's back. He's squatting there, and he seems to be in low spirits. Renee pointed at the Draken, who was hugging his leg and curling up into a ball. That bastard had even curled up his tail into a ball. I paused in surprise at this scene, and then I laughed out loud. Do you know what's going on? This is the first time I've ever seen Bayfoam like this. Ha ha! When I came here, I was afraid that he would refuse, so I told him that we were going to another dimension. There are all sorts of strange life forms there, even ones that you've never seen before. And then he happily agreed and left those centaurs behind to come here. Renee paused in surprise for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. You tricked him into coming here? No wonder he's so depressed. I didn't lie at all. Isn't this an alternate dimension? Those Earth elemental life forms are strange enough. It's his fault for not asking, clearly. Recently, he's been getting closer and closer to those centaurs. It's better to drag him out here to calm down for a few days before any scandals happen. Is this the true lie that you mentioned before? Amazing. Haha, of course. I smiled proudly. Renee seemed to understand what I meant, and she took out a small notebook to jot down notes. Meanwhile, Adam, who was behind me, pouted. Yesterday, he was still complaining that he was tricked by his disciple, and now he's shooting himself in the foot. I think this time it's going to be tough. Marguerite, why don't we make a bet? He can't afford to bet. He's definitely shooting himself in the foot again. He's far too professional at digging his own grave. How can he bet without any suspense? I ignored the loud discussions behind me and walked up to Bayfing's side. I intended to talk some sense into our hunter, since I still needed to rely on him. But the moment I walked up to him, I heard him whispering softly. Although his appearance is indeed attractive, there's no hole. What should I do if there's no hole? I immediately spat. Bayfoam was actually interested in an earth elemental life form. He didn't deserve any sympathy at all. Cough, cough. I coughed lightly twice as I prepared my lines in my mind. Love knows no bounds. How can you do this? Bayfoam, where's your true love? I intended to tease him first, but suddenly he stood up, raised his arm, and pointed his middle finger at the gloomy sky. Despicable heavens! Do you think you can stop me like this? So what if there's no hole? There's no hole in the world to begin with. It's only because there are so many people that holes appear. Love knows no bounds. True love is invincible. Aha! Then the Draken's dispirited expression completely disappeared. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he charged out under my astonished gaze. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, but he didn't manage to take more than a few steps before a bolt of lightning struck him. His entire body was charred black as he collapsed to the ground. I looked towards Marguerite and Adam, thinking that they couldn't take it anymore, and struck him with lightning. In the end, everyone was shaking their heads. Even Camden's face was filled with astonishment. There's no lightning element gathering here at all. It's a pure natural lightning strike. Lightning actually appeared in the earth elemental plane. Is this the legendary divine punishment? This is the first time I've seen it. The power of natural lightning strikes wasn't something that human mages could compare to. But the Draken, whose face was charred black, didn't surrender. He struggled to get up and continued pointing his middle finger at the sky. Despicable heavens! Don't even think of stopping my true love. Asterisk boom. Asterisk after angrily roaring. He excitedly rolled on the ground and actually dodged a new lightning strike. He then ran off into the distance. Asterisk boom. Asterisk ah. Asterisk boom. Asterisk ah. That charred true love warrior emanated the fragrance of cooked meat, but he still stubbornly continued to run off into the distance. True love is unstoppable. Asterisk boom. Asterisk ah. It seemed that this was going to be a long battle for true love. Perhaps we wouldn't need to look for lunch anymore. Chapter 207. The weather in the Earth elemental plane was quite difficult to deal with. At least 1/3 of the day would be filled with sandstorms that obscured visibility. Even in a cave, the sound of the sandstorm was quite frightening. Of course, we could still go out in such weather, but there were many things we couldn't do. Still, it would be better to conserve our energy in the campsite. There were many things we could do in the campsite. Some people were adapting to the environment. Some were sharpening their swords, some were taking a nap, and some were already unable to take it anymore. Ah, so annoying. When will this annoying sandstorm stop? This world's thick dirt makes me want to vomit. Let's hurry up and kill off Ondroken and return. Camdron, are you still not ready? Are you still as cowardly and weak as always? Please tell him to be cautious, respected Lady Alos. Before we can adapt to the natural laws of this plane, we'll only be able to use less than half of our combat strength, especially since you're countered by this plane. Meanwhile, Ondroken has endless power to replenish himself. We must first adapt to the natural laws of this plane. Boring. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when the time is right. Yes, lady. Have a sweet dream. We were rather astonished at the interaction between the two elemental gods. Their personalities were completely different from what the legends described. In a way, Alos's icy and exquisite expression had fooled us. After a short period of interaction, her cold beauty's influence had completely disappeared. However, underneath her exquisite appearance was a fiery, hot temper. Actually, it wasn't only the water elemental god who was like this. According to past experience, the other elemental gods were similar as well. Logically speaking, those who practice fire magic will become irritable and irritable. Those who practice lightning and air magic will become casual and bold. Those who practice water and ice magic will become easygoing and calm. Those who practice earth magic will become honest and generous. This should be the result of the natural compatibility of the elements. However, looking at the elemental gods before us, this was obviously not the case. It's the complete opposite of what people guessed. The storm elemental goddess, who should have been bold and unrestrained, should have been cautious, while the water elemental goddess, who should have been gentle and easygoing, is actually a fiery woman. That Ondroken, who should have been the simple and honest earth elemental goddess, turns out to be a cunning old fox. What kind of personality would a fiery and domineering fire elemental god have? She likes peace and embroidery the most. All right, later on, by chance, I discovered that my ridiculous conjecture was actually true. But now was the time for idle chatting. When we raised our doubts, Camdron explained it to us. Elemental affinity? In the past, I wasn't a cautious person, but after suffering a few losses, I naturally became cautious. As for Miss Alos, her people were all super slow-tempered, and they could make people anxious to death when they communicated. If she continued to stay in that kind of environment, she would either become a slow-tempered person or she would become a super impatient person like now. It's the same for Ondroken. If it wasn't for the fact that he was so black-hearted, the other earth elemental gods wouldn't have been able to defeat him. How could he possibly have survived until today? It would seem that the legends weren't necessarily true. Innate affinity couldn't compare to personality that was tempered through experience. These ancient stories were indeed quite interesting, but I didn't have the time to think about anything else right now. My own matters were quite troublesome as well. Silver dignity, Goldwill? I fell into deep thought as I listened to the sound of the wind and sand outside. This god-slaying quest had given me quite a lot of rewards. Apart from that god equipment and all sorts of random materials, the 70,000 plus fate points in my wallet instantly filled up again. This amount of fate points would at least be enough for me to upgrade some of my necessary skills and increase my overall power level to the gold rank. However, I hesitated. Every rank had a foundational difference. If I tried to take the next rank without sufficient experience and rewards, I would miss out on the necessary experience I had accumulated along the way. I wouldn't be able to make up for it even if I wanted to in the future, and it might even become a bottleneck for me in the future. This was especially so for the gold rank. Casually ascending to the gold rank wouldn't be a good thing. The level before the gold rank was the system's categorized level 1 to level 60. At this level, everyone would be using the most common basic job classes, and there wouldn't be much difference between them. Every job class's common combat techniques and skills would have already been mastered at the beginning of the silver rank. After that, the main goal would be to perfect them. In the end, quantity would transform into quality, and the basic abilities would evolve into individual characteristics, forming a unique personal style. Choice? It would seem that simply sitting here and thinking won't be enough. Progressing from one to the most proficient, and from the most proficient to the most proficient, that was the law of progress for any system of knowledge. Cultivation was naturally the same. Black, iron, and bronze ranks were about tempering one's physical body and activating one's own potential and talents. At the silver rank, one's combat techniques, and so on would have matured. When one's physical resources were no longer able to be improved any further, one would have to begin excavating one's own spiritual potential, combining everything one had learned in one's entire life to create one's own internal world. And at the next step, one's internal world would begin interfering with the external world. This was the so-called golden will. It was also the time when one had to make a choice. Once one's ordinary combat job class reached its peak, one would have to choose to advance to the next rank. As for advanced job classes such as Beast Tamer and Shadow Dancer, they were only paths that had been explored by the strong in the past. Perhaps walking someone else's path would be a smooth journey and allow one to progress quickly. However, there were no two people in this world that were completely the same. Even twins who shared the same genes would be worlds apart. In the end, someone else's path would be someone else's person, and it wouldn't be completely suitable for you. Once one reached a certain level, they would eventually meet an obstacle that they couldn't overcome. Of course, there were also exceptions, such as Renee. From a certain standpoint, she was basically a female copy of Cavendish. As long as she continued walking down that path with the same soul imprint as support, she would definitely reach a very high level. By the way, although Galena's blood change ritual went quite smoothly, Renee's blood change ritual wasn't feasible from the very start. The connection between Renee, who had already become Cavendish's god's descended body, and the abyssal blade was far too close. Forcefully swapping her would be no different from directly swapping her soul. Not to mention, this would touch upon Cavendish's core interests. He would most likely come looking for trouble on the spot, and this was something that was basically impossible to resolve. That was why I chose to use a more gentle method of infusing blood and potions to suppress Cavendish's bloodline so that it wouldn't be too active. This was obviously not a long-term solution. However, I could only hope that Renee would be able to find her own path at this stage and gradually increase the distance between her and Cavendish. Only then would she be able to escape the summoning of the Chaos Abyss. Don't seek power from others. Hone your techniques and willpower in battle, and form your own combat style. When I return, I hope to see a new you. As I said this, I kicked Renee out of the Earth elemental plane. Perhaps the Earth elemental plane wasn't suitable for living, but it was definitely an excellent place to train and cultivate. The environment was so harsh that one would become stronger as long as they survived. Besides, I hadn't given Renee any blood recently. I could only hope that she would be able to resist the summoning of the Chaos Abyss with her own willpower. This wasn't some strange method of a lion would push its cubs off a cliff in order to train its cubs. I had always felt that such a method was completely incomprehensible. Was the ability to climb cliffs related to survival? Cubs should grow up under the care of their parents, learn how to hunt, and have a healthy body. If I kicked Renee out of the earth elemental plane before she was mature, even if she didn't fall to her death, she would starve to death. Cough! I seem to have gone off topic again. Where was I? Yep. Why didn't I give her a blood transfusion? Actually, the reason was super simple. I didn't want to die yet, nor did I want to have the strange reputation of dying from anemia. Previously, when I had given Gleena a blood transfusion, I had used up nearly 1/3 of my blood. This was already a lethal amount for an ordinary person. I hadn't even had the time to replenish my blood, and I had given Renee 2 more blood transfusions. The result was that I had recently become quite anemic. Not only did I have headaches and dizziness, when I woke up in the morning, the dizziness caused by my anemia was basically incurable. My vision was blurred by Renee and Eliza twice, and I even went to the wrong door several times, which made me the butt of many jokes. My vision is blurred? That's your explanation for running around naked in the public square in the morning? You can even come up with such an excuse? Perhaps you're treating us like children. Listen to my explanation. At the time, I was in a daze following a group of people heading to the public bathhouse. When I heard them say that they were going to take off their clothes, I thought that I had already arrived at the public bathhouse. Who knew? Who knew that you actually followed Eaglestorm and Shuity's group and started taking off your clothes in the public square? By the time I realized it, it was already too late. It's not like I didn't try to fix it. That's right, you fixed it. You robbed a passerby of her clothes. Then you swaggered back home. But at this point, Eliza glanced at me coldly and pushed up her glasses. The cold disdain in her eyes made me feel ashamed. Yet, you robbed a lady of her clothes. Not only did you return home wearing a lace dress, you even made a virtuous lady walk naked in the alleyway for half an hour. Do you know how much effort we spent to convince the witnesses that it was Princess Renee who was about to change her attire and not His Highness Roland who had gone mad? It was the first time a freshman spectator went all out, and it was actually for such a mission. What a disgrace. At this moment, I was speechless. At the time, my vision was blurred, and I could only hide in the alleyway due to my dizziness. It wasn't easy for me to catch a person, so how could I care so much? That can't be right. Although I couldn't see his face clearly from the outline of his muscles, he should be a man. He was clearly a muscular man. He also happily handed over his clothes. She's Omar's good friend, a core member of the Muscle Lovers Association. To tell the truth, she's always treated this as an honor. If it wasn't for us stopping her, she probably would have bragged about her feminine charm to everyone she met. At that time, your honor would only be a small matter. You'll drag us down. All right then. As I watched Eliza approach us with evil intentions, all I could do was crouch down while hugging my head and shouting loudly. Don't hit my head. Thinking back to the beating I received that morning, my cheeks began to hurt again. Eliza was truly vicious. I already told her not to hit my face. So, there was no helping it. With what happened before, it would be impossible to give her another blood transfusion. At the very least, before I fully recovered, she could only rely on her own willpower. After sending off Renee, it was time for me to go on my way. This wasn't only a place for them to cultivate, it was also a place for me to train myself. Thinking about my future combat style and development in my room, let's test it out in actual combat. In order to reach the highest peak, I'd never even considered a high-level job class that had already taken shape. My gold rank would naturally be a path unique to me. Now that the situation in the mortal plane had stabilized, I had the time to consider my personal future. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible for them to complete the qualitative change from silver to gold in such a short period of time. However, I had countless combat experience and knowledge, as well as the system's fate points to speed up cultivation time and effects. As long as I had 2 months of actual combat training, I would be able to complete this path. Well then, everyone, we'll meet again in 2 months. And so, according to the plan, this temporary team split up and everyone began their own preparations for battle. Omdrokin wouldn't be easy to deal with. As the earth elemental god in his own dimension, he was capable of drawing on the power of the dimension to strengthen himself. He was basically an undefeatable existence. If it wasn't for the fact that Omdrokin was obviously heavily injured and had long since entered a deep sleep to recover, I wouldn't have even bothered to chase after him. But even so, dealing with the heavily injured Omdrokin was no easy task. As guests from a foreign land, we would need time to adapt to the unique rules of this world. This was especially true for the 2 earth elemental gods. Before they could completely adapt to the dimensional rules of this world, it was likely that they wouldn't even be able to use half of their combat strength. It was the same for everyone else. How strong a mage's performance on the battlefield would depend on how much preparation they'd made beforehand. Amelia and Marguerite both wanted time to prepare for battle. They needed to prepare the battlefield, set up traps, and create cannon fodder. They would be very busy in the future. Adam, Renee, and I were the same. While we needed time to improve our power levels, we also needed to adapt to the combat environment of this dimension. 2 months would probably pass in the blink of an eye. There was another one. Cough, let's just forget about him. What, you really have to say it? All right then, don't regret it. Bafing's gentleman, undying body had probably been trained to the highest level. Even though he was punished by the heavens, he quickly recovered. He then left and never came back. Marguerite had contacted him before and knew what he was doing. But judging from the usually expressionless Marguerite's rare expression of disgust, I decided not to ask what exactly happened. Beifong said that he could get a group of hired thugs to help him. I think that he'll probably be able to do it. All right then. Although this was good news, I wasn't happy at all. I didn't want to know what he did at all. I didn't want to guess at all. For the first time, I regretted asking Beifong to help me. Soon, thanks to Marguerite's random teleportation, I put on a brown wool cape and heavy gnome goggles as I began my own cultivation journey. Ah, what a passionate master! Before I could even stabilize my footing, the entire ground began to tremble. Then a large part of the ground suddenly caved in, and a scorpion-like monster that wasn't much smaller than a dragon crawled out. Its grayish-brown carapace was as sharp as a diamond, and the stinger on its back was gathering energy. The hundreds of eyes on its tiny head were all staring at me, filled with the desire to kill. You discovered me from my footsteps? Oh my, it seems that the next 2 months will be very difficult. Although I said that, I smiled in delight. It's been so long since I've been able to enjoy a battle so simply. Little Scorpion, let me play with you. Chapter 208. The Secrets of the Elemental Planes? I don't know either. You might as well ask the mages for information. Why are you so surprised? I, Ale, am not omniscient. I seem to know a lot, but that's only because I've lived for so long. The history of the 4 elemental planes is even longer than that of the mortal plane. The creator goddess Aichi used the 4 elemental planes as the foundation to create the entire plane. I wasn't even born back then, so how would I know? When I asked Ale about the secrets of the 4 elemental gods from the 4 elemental planes, he actually gave me such an answer. When I mentioned the creator goddess, that cold, black-clothed death god actually had an expression of nostalgia and reluctance. As for the 4 elemental gods, that's just their name. They're actually nothing more than storekeepers, appointed by the creator goddess. With Aichi's authorization, they indeed control a portion of the dimensional laws, but they definitely don't rule over the entire plane. Haha, nobody would be able to rule over such a plane. Otherwise, that would be the equivalent of ruling over a quarter of the world and all life. The information I obtained from other sources, Marguerite's friendly contribution, also proved the truth of ALS words. The most obvious proof was that even when the 4 elemental gods were sealed away, the elemental planes still existed. Even if an elemental god died, a new elemental god would appear in just a few hundred years. In theory, the goddess of chaos Cynthia had inherited this power from her mother, Ichi. She could control the 4 elemental gods and indirectly control this world. Cynthia's will was still influencing these planes, which was why this plane was also leaning towards chaos. Unlike what most people thought, this wasn't a world with nothing apart from the earth element and sandstorms. On the contrary, as the most ancient plane in existence, this world was incredibly rich in resources and products. All sorts of ancient species grew and multiplied here. Diamonds and rare minerals that other planes viewed as rare treasures weren't rare at all. Buried beneath these ancient hills were rare treasures that other planes would never be able to find. Most of the residents here were naturally earth elemental creatures. But unlike the humanoid elemental creatures in the mortal plane, the elemental creatures here weren't used to taking human forms. They came in all sorts of strange shapes. Some looked like dragons, some looked like stone giants, and some looked like giant crabs and other insects. Most of them chose to imitate powerful existences that they had seen before. Although their appearance and species were almost the same, they had one thing in common. At least part of their bodies were elementalized, and they could devour each other to evolve into stronger existences. It was said that Omdroken had evolved from a weak rock giant. Due to the high concentration of elemental power, the body parts of the elemental creatures here were also very good magic materials. Where there were benefits, there would naturally be intelligent creatures. Where there were huge benefits, there would naturally be gold miners who didn't fear death. After the elemental gods and other managers were sealed, these elemental planes were no different from open warehouses. There were countless ways to invade them. Many factions had established their own bases in the various elemental planes. In an area known as the Caro Hills, the mage country of Arladent had established a base in the earth elemental plane. Over 100 mage towers and magical devices had created a defensive force field. The dark purple, semicircular magical barrier prevented wind and sand from wreaking havoc in Caro Town. This made this place the largest foreign resident base in the nearby several thousand kilometers. Various species could be seen everywhere on the streets of Caro. Although most of them were humans, elves, and beastmen, which were common species in the mortal plane, there were also many demon descendants in the lower planes. It was even possible to see mechanical puppets and mimics from other worlds. Of course, there were also goblin merchants. However, there was one species that was the rarest. It was the elemental species that was rarely seen in the mortal plane. The reason for their birth was quite complicated. Some were the descendants of high-level elemental creatures and ordinary life forms, while others were the elementalization of ordinary life forms in this plane. However, the most obvious characteristic of these elemental species was their skin color, which was rather strange. Some had bumpy brown skin, some had burnt red skin, and some even had all sorts of crystals embedded in their foreheads, giving them a rather frightening appearance. However, due to part of their bodies being elementalized, they were natural elemental mages. They had excellent elemental perception abilities, and with just a bit of training, they could become outstanding elemental mages. They didn't need to worry about elemental magic backlashes or anything like that. For the mage country, apart from the various local specialties of this plane, these native elemental sons were all excellent seedlings. And for earth magic masters, this earth elemental plane with its extremely high elemental density was also the best place to cultivate. Not to mention, there were all sorts of rare magical beasts here. So how could they just give up on this place? But recently, this place had met with some trouble. The earth elemental god had returned, and these uninvited residents were finally going to face the returning master of the house. It was quite obvious that as the nominal master of this world, Omdroken, it was impossible for him to have a group of uninvited guests living in his home. More and more local residents suddenly changed their attitudes towards Karo City, and the beast hordes attacking them became more frequent. And the rising elemental tide and the return of the earth elemental god caused the sandstorms to become even fiercer. Karo's protective barrier's energy consumption had already reached more than 150% of last year's energy consumption. We can't go on like this. The Earth elemental plane's spatial shackles were becoming more and more stable, and the amount of magical energy needed to transmigrate between planes was constantly increasing, and the amount of investment needed here was constantly increasing. As a native elemental mage, Itadia was quite troubled. More than 10 years ago, Itadia had joined the mage country as a mage apprentice. Now that he had become a gold rank mage, Itadia was quite familiar with this city. But recently he had been feeling more and more uncomfortable, as if this beautiful city where magic civilization gathered was a type of restriction, and in the depths of the wilderness there was a will that was summoning him. And he wasn't the only one feeling this way. In the past 3 months, more than 10 young apprentices had already disappeared into the sandstorms, leaving behind only their mage robes and staffs. Unbroken? How troublesome. As a gold rank mage, Itadia definitely wasn't an ignorant rookie. Only the legendary elemental god would be able to have such a huge impact on the entire Earth elemental plane. He was quite powerful and could resist the summoning from his soul, but it would be difficult for those rookie apprentices to do so. Every single elemental species was precious, and it would be quite painful to lose them for no reason. That wasn't even the most troublesome part. 2 days ago, a demonized apprentice had actually crazily rushed into the Earth elemental plane's magic core, intending to turn off the barrier launcher. That was quite shocking. There's still no reply from the mage country? At the very least, send us a few archmages to control the situation. No, the mage country is also in trouble. The Bardi Empire suddenly had a small skirmish with us, and most of our combat strength has been lost. And from my private sources, I learned that the water elemental plane and wind elemental plane are also in similar trouble. Plus, teleportation between the elemental planes is becoming more and more difficult. I'm afraid that not only will our assistance not increase, it might even decrease. If there's a problem with teleportation, can't we use the gnomes' teleportation system? Their dimensional tearing devices should still be usable, right? A fixed failure rate of 20% is too much. Teleportation of resources is fine, but teleportation of living creatures is too dangerous. Also, those gnomes recently changed their rules. They actually want us to buy insurance, or else they won't let us transport the goods, and they won't compensate us if we lose them. Insurance? What's that? It's something that's recently trended among the gnomes. I think it's from the underground world's gnomes. You have to pay them a deposit first, and if there's an accident that causes a loss, they'll compensate you. Isn't that a good thing? Then let's buy it. Didn't we already pay for our teleportation losses in the past? The problem is that we didn't even pay for it. Archmage Edwin, who's in charge of teleportation, is furious. Why? Aren't gnomes supposed to be very sincere in their dealings? He said that we stored a special magnetic energy item in the goods, which affected teleportation. This was a failure caused by our human error, and he wants us to compensate for the losses. Ridiculous. Why didn't you say so earlier if special items couldn't be used for teleportation? You only said it after you failed? What about the next time? Archmage Edwin probably won't give them any more excuses. Our luck was even worse the second time. We encountered a spatial storm, and half of our goods were lost. He should be paying for it this time, right? No, there's a clause in his insurance contract that says no compensation for losses caused by force majeure. That teleportation error caused by a natural disaster, like a spatial storm, was counted as force majeure. Then why did we even buy that insurance? Isn't this a scam? Isn't there someone to pay for our teleportation losses? Yes, We only realized after we suffered a loss that we have to buy a special teleportation loss insurance to pay for the teleportation losses. In the end, the third time, Archmage Edwin simply signed all the additional clauses. Don't tell me we were scammed again. Don't tell me that gnomes actually tear up business contracts. This time, the spatial tearing device actually exploded. Only then did we realize that, in this situation, we have to buy that accidental explosion insurance, or else we won't pay for it. Bye. Can't we just buy everything? But the problem is that explosion insurance is more expensive than all the other insurances combined. But everyone knows about gnomes. Not buying that explosion insurance is equivalent to not having insurance at all. Archmage Edwin was so angry that he had a stroke on the spot. Etadia's mouth gaped, but no words came out. But this matter was not over yet. The mage apprentice said with an expression that did not know whether to laugh or cry, "The gnome merchants in our city have also learned this trick, selling all kinds of insurances like crazy. And haven't there been a lot of elementals going missing recently? Those fellows actually bought a personal accidental disappearance insurance, specifically looking for young apprentices to sign it and even openly announcing the disappearance of people, causing everyone to panic. Did they pay for it? There's no need to answer. I've already guessed it. They definitely didn't pay for it. Your wisdom can illuminate this piece of sky. Yes, this group of damned profiteers, they didn't pay even a single copper coin. They actually need the policyholders to apply for compensation themselves. People are already missing. How are we going to get them to pay for it?" Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded behind him. "Hello, I'm from the Gnome Amway Life Insurance Company. May I ask if you know Amway?" Etadia turned around. It was a short gnome who was well dressed, carrying a handbag in his small hands, and a face full of smiles. "Did you know? Recently, a group of kidnappers appeared, causing the number of missing elementals to skyrocket. But our Amway Life Insurance Company, in response to such a situation, especially, I don't know what kind of insurance you need. If you're not satisfied with any of them, scram!" Etadia, who had always been known for being approachable, angrily roared through his teeth. But the gnome salesman had no intention of giving up. "Rolling injury insurance? We have it too. Although I don't know why the demand for insurance has skyrocketed recently. Customers are always the king. You can roll, I'll pay." In Caro City's Archmage Council, myth-ranked Archmage Cade also had a worried expression. As the highest-ranked Archmage here, he knew far more than his subordinates. As a true top-level Archmage, the Truth Overseer's intelligence system wouldn't forget to give him a special report. Of course, he naturally knew that the situation in the Bardi Empire had been rapidly changing recently, especially the conflict between the Bardi Empire and the Bardi Empire. This definitely couldn't be described as a small conflict, and if it wasn't handled well, a new war would break out. Reinforcements from the Bardi Empire couldn't be relied on. The environment was becoming even worse, and the threat of the legendary Omdrokin was becoming more and more apparent. Not only that, but there were also problems within the Bardi Empire. "Teacher, those damn gnomes are becoming more and more outrageous. Not only are they spreading rumors everywhere and shaking the hearts of the people, they've even recently started raising prices and profiting from the country's crisis. Why don't we chase them away?" It seemed that the gnomes had truly gone overboard this time for the normally calm Etadia to be so angry. "Then we can just starve to death. 70% of our business system is in the gnomes' hands. Perhaps you can teach us how to use magic to make bread." His other disciple, Saranto, was still as calm as ever, but his sarcastic tone made Etadia quite displeased. "You think the gnomes are difficult to deal with only because you're too simple-minded. Humph. Then our great scholar Saranto will be able to deal with those greedy misers. All right. Then I'll send you to talk to them about the issue of the recent increase in food prices." "I can't do it either, but that doesn't mean that no one can. I'll recommend someone who can actually gain an advantage in negotiations with the gnomes. The gnomes' contract has more than 50 clauses that are 7 to 8 pages long. That fellow's contract actually has more than 800 clauses that are as thick as a book. He's able to make the gnomes dizzy just by talking about it. Recently, he's been relying on negotiations with the gnomes to earn money. Now, wherever he appears, those misers will immediately surrender and hand over their bottom line. Saranto's words caused the other 2 archmages to be astonished. To be able to win against the cunning gnomes in business negotiations, such a person was completely unimaginable and incomprehensible. Is he a great merchant from there? No, he looks like a ranger who's here to hunt. Negotiating is just a side job that he occasionally returns to the city. He spends most of his time outside hunting. His strength isn't much, but his luck is quite good. What do you mean? He's clearly just a silver-ranked warrior class, but the first time he entered the city, he actually brought along the venomous stinger of the supreme demon scorpion. That's a powerful opponent that even a gold-ranked warrior wouldn't dare to face alone. Perhaps he's hiding his true strength. If he's alone outside, it's not that surprising. That's what everyone thought at first, but we met the prophet Archmage Alu. He was indeed a silver-ranked warrior, but what shocked everyone was what happened afterwards. The second time he returned, he brought back an Earth Elemental Commander's crystal core. That's definitely not something that a gold-ranked warrior can deal with. And after that, the prey he brought back became stronger and stronger, and the time between each trip also became shorter and shorter. And at this point, Saranto intentionally paused, as if he was keeping everyone in suspense. Only when he saw that his master and senior were both looking at him did he continue proudly. The most recent time he returned to the city, he brought back the heart of a magical mountain giant that had undergone its second evolution. A magical mountain giant would require a gold-ranked warrior to deal with. For a second evolution, even a legend-ranked warrior might not be enough. How is that possible? That's a qualitative change. In such an environment, even I would have to be careful when facing off against a powerful mountain giant. This time, it was Cade's turn to be astonished. Does he have a team to support him? How is that possible? He came in here to eat meat and sleep, while leaving his entire team to eat sand outside. Also, detection magic showed that the moment he left, he headed straight for a high-danger area. His prey would most likely only suffer frostbite or cut damage, so he should be an ice-type magic swordsman. Frostbite? In this place where the water element is almost non-existent and ice magic's power is greatly reduced, he could cause frostbite to an earth elemental creature? This was even more unusual. Archmage Cade was now interested in this legendary person. Arrange a meeting for me. I'm getting curious. Right, what's his name? Roland, but his nickname seems to be Blackhand. Blackhand Roland. Hearing this, Cade instantly stood up, his face filled with astonishment and disbelief. But after a dozen seconds, he shook his head. If it's him, then anything can indeed happen. Arrange for me to meet him as soon as possible. Forget it, I'll go meet him personally. You guys should come with me as well. Perhaps he might even be your senior. Chapter 209. This was the home of the Earth Elementals, according to the most basic principle of elemental suppression. Where there was more Earth Elementals, there would naturally be less Water Elementals. While water became extremely precious, there was also a lack of ice and water magic in this area. Using elemental magic required control over the power of the elements. Using water elemental power and ice elemental power in such a severely imbalanced place was like trying to create artificial rain in a desert. Not only was it much more difficult, but its power would also be greatly reduced. Not only that, this reduction had nothing to do with one's personal strength. The stronger a mage was, the more they needed to borrow power from nature. Forbidden spells that could topple mountains and overturn seas were the product of a person resonating with the world. As a result, ice and snow mages were greatly weakened here. This was also the reason why most of the mages in Karo City were earth mages. In such an environment, it was incredibly easy for them to train, and their actual combat strength would increase by several levels. As for the strange method of tying countless weights to one's body and turning into a super scion after taking them off, it seemed to be more suitable for warriors whose brains were all muscles. Magic was an intricate skill that required logic, and the slightest error could lead to a huge loss. Not only would living in a place with a lack of elemental energy not benefit, but it would also cause the body to be isolated from the elements it cultivated for a long period of time, causing the power of the elements to weaken. If it was the kind of legend who lived in a low magic area and suddenly became a super strong person in a high magic area, it would obviously be more suitable for the main characters in night novels. If it could be done in real life, then when the elemental tide came, wouldn't everyone become superhumans and mage apprentices would become archmages? But sometimes the world was just that illogical. In this land that was isolated from snow and rain, there was actually a group of frozen corpses. These were a group of sly, underground lava spiders. They hid underground for a long time and were skilled in ambushes and ambushes. Pedestrians and passing magical beasts would often have their legs bitten by these spiders and sink into the ground. Then their 16 sharp stone pincers would tear apart the prey that fell into their trap. And right now, these dangerous existences were all stiffly lying on the ground. There were only tiny wounds on their bodies, but what took their lives was a fatal chill that entered their bodies through their wounds. As for me, I was rather vexed. It wasn't because of the enemies before me, but rather, oh my, it's really disgusting. Under the temporarily constructed barbecue rack was sliced underground lava, spider thigh meat. After heating and peeling the skin, there were actually some snow-white slices of meat under the thick layer of soil and carapace. However, when it was really cooked, there was a disgusting lime smell. Tui, 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 I failed again. Even though I said that, I still furrowed my brows and bit down. The 64th other world delicacy has been achieved. You are 36 dishes away from the title of culinary god. Nothing taboo. You are 9,936 dishes away from the epic achievement, the man who stands at the top of the food chain. However, since this species had 16 legs, it did not meet the requirement of four-legged creatures that eat everything except chairs, so it could not be included in the achievement. And because the taste of this species is not even half as good as the legendary Stargazy, the achievement Stargazy is delicious cannot be activated. Please keep up the good work. Sigh. Looks like this is going to be troublesome. I have to find some four-legged ones that taste even worse. Pooey. Am I an idiot? It's not like I want to make that damned achievement. That's right. I never had any strange hobbies. I had long since learned about the system's ridiculous achievements. Either they were indeed useful, but the process of obtaining them was incredibly ridiculous, or I mysteriously obtained them, but the effects were ridiculous. At any rate, I would feel uncomfortable if I didn't torment myself. I had also seen the requirements and effects of this series of achievements. I was rather interested in the achievement of the man who stands at the top of the food chain. The epic achievement, the man who stands at the top of the food chain. You have eaten 10,000 types of living or non-living creatures that ordinary people would eat. You have obtained the honorary title Bear Void Devourer. After equipping this title, you will have a tremendous amount of power over all animals. You have obtained the skill Bear Boss's Gaze. Any target that is targeted by this skill will be in mortal danger and will be unable to move for a short period of time. System Friendly Reminder. This skill has a special effect on Bayfoam. System Friendly Reminder. Yes, Bayfoam has long since stopped treating us as humans. I finally understood what the system meant when it said that you weren't human, and this additional skill was actually quite useful. After all, a battle between powerful individuals could be decided in an instant. Just a gaze alone would paralyze and freeze the opponent's body, just like Medusa's eyes of petrification. It was a super practical and powerful talent, but from another perspective, the better the effects, the more ridiculous the requirements were. I had to eat 10,000 different species for a year, and they had to be species that ordinary people wouldn't even want to eat. This was basically a marathon hellish journey that I wouldn't even consider. And the reason why I had eaten 60 to 70 different species in just a short month was because I was hungry. All the food and bags I had brought with me had been destroyed in the endless battles. These strange earth elemental plane creatures were usually quite large in size and had a large attack range. For example, if a large mouth suddenly appeared and swallowed me whole, I would be injured if I wasn't careful. My skin was thick, so it was fine, but my clothes didn't have that ability. If it wasn't for the fact that I could replenish my energy in Caro, I probably would have made another achievement from the system, such as the number of times I could run around naked and how long I could last. But even so, if it wasn't for Irene Bela's ice armor protecting me, I would probably still be naked most of the time. Although I managed to preserve my face, I couldn't eat my stomach. I couldn't just walk a few kilometers and then go back to replenish my energy, right? And so I could only learn from Bear Grylls and eat whatever I saw. I also managed to obtain some achievements along the way. Fortunately, I had the title, Hungry Can't Be Picky. After equipping it, my appetite doubled and my resistance to poison and disgusting foods increased. That was why I wasn't poisoned or so disgusted that I couldn't eat anymore. Wah! It tastes like paraffin or lime powder. It's so disgusting. Even this disgusting isn't even half as good as the original Stargazy. Just how disgusting is British food? It was so disgusting that it made me want to cry. But since I needed to replenish my stamina and mana, I had no choice but to forcefully eat it. What's this? It's so disgusting. It's so stinky. Spider eggs, Finally, even though I had the title, Hungry Can't Be Picky, I was unable to endure it any longer and began to vomit. All right then, I had eaten for nothing for half a day. But after I finished vomiting, I still had to continue looking for food. After all, I didn't even know when my next battle would be. Damn system, this thing isn't even half as good as the original Stargazy. It's so disgusting. Is this even food? I can tell you quite clearly that it's far from enough. If you spend 100 fate points, I can exchange for a plate of the original Stargazy for you. It'll definitely be delicious. Don't even think about it. I won't believe it. I already clearly remember what happened last time. It was enough to be scammed once. It would be quite foolish to fall into the same trap a second time. Previously, I had thought about exchanging for food from the system. In the end, even though the fried noodles looked delicious, I instantly lost consciousness after eating them. When I woke up, I discovered that all the scammy food I ate had increased my achievement points by 1. Perhaps my soul had even gone on a one-day trip to the River Styx. I'll have to rely on myself. That thing over there looks like a lizard, so it should be edible. Big lizard, wait for me. 3 days later, a legend-ranked dragon heart appeared on Caro's market. This type of dragon subspecies that could burrow into the ground had astonishing strength. Not only did it burrow extremely quickly, but it was also skilled at summoning sandstorms. It was incredibly difficult to deal with, and that dragon heart instantly sold for an astronomical price. However, I only had one comment about it. Crunchy, chicken-flavored. Give me another dozen. Choosing to train myself in the earth elemental plane would doubtlessly be the stupidest choice I would make if I were a pure ice mage. But for me, with the system's help, improving myself was never a problem. Discovering the path that was most suitable for me was the most important. Intentionally absorbing large amounts of earth element into my body would be no different from slow suicide for other ice and water element users. But for me, it was a grand gamble, an important gamble that would affect my future development. Construct Ice Mountain Sword. Create Wall of Eternal Ice. Chapter 210. I still remember back in the snowy mountains when the Lion King Guaming asked me what my source magic was and how I understood magic. I laughed out loud. I've already found it, so it's always been by my side. My magic is to draw out my soul world. In that case, all I need is a paintbrush. That's right, when I obtained the Ice Treader's soul imprint, my path of ice and snow was already very obvious. I would learn from nature, imitate nature, recreate nature, and surpass nature. Source magic, ice and snow paintbrush. Condensing the elements of ice and snow into blocks and changing their forms was the effect of the quasi-level 1 spell, Ice and Snow Shaping. It could be said that every mage could use this spell. After all, before throwing out an icicle, the sharp point should be able to injure someone. Not only did ice magic have this spell, but all sorts of elemental and arcane magic spells also had this spell. Using magic to communicate with the elements to create a stone wall or an icicle is probably something any apprentice can do. However, I'm afraid that even noobs don't know how many steps are involved. After all, what they're doing is just chanting the incantation and paying magic power. As for how exactly magic power works, they probably don't even think about it. Elemental shaping? It's actually the most basic elemental shaping, an elemental shaping that has no offensive power at all. Haha, it seems that we've met an incredible successor. We thought that we would meet another idiot who would be fooled by high-level magic and choose powerful offensive magic. Yep, I'm definitely not talking about my first-generation partner. He's indeed a bit foolish, but he's a good person. Even now, I still remembered that when I chose elemental shaping, those old monsters were laughing so happily, as if I had done something amazing. Although elemental shaping was simple, it was the foundation of all sorts of magic. It was a simple rearrangement of the elements, and by itself it had almost no offensive power at all. However, I unhesitatingly chose it. Phew! Controlling mana, resonating with the elements in the outside world, communicating with the elements, calculating the required volume model, transferring the will and model, paying the mana as payment. The attracted elements will begin to gather and form the required order, completing the molding process. These are the basic steps for ordinary elemental molding. But if I turn this into foundational magic, that's like a living creature's instinct, then I only need to tell the elements what I want. There's no need to think about anything else. I spread out my arm, and invisible ice fairies appeared. The moment they appeared, they frowned. It was obvious that the dense earth element here was suffocating them. This wasn't an environment they liked. However, under my will, they continued to circle around me and started to weave the scene in my heart. Illusory snow elves revealed their true appearances in the air. 1, 2, 10, a group, countless more. The snow elves on the outermost layer began to construct an isolation zone. The flying snow elves were currently dripping silver-white tears of light. When these tears of light fell, a gigantic glacier would rise from the ground. These crystal-like fairies weren't actual existences. They were the product of my mana and elemental power. In the past, I would only be able to see them by using forbidden spells. But now, I would need to rely on them to cast foundational magic. This was also the reason why foundational magic couldn't be widely used. A gigantic iceberg abruptly appeared in the middle of a sandstorm. In front of this iceberg, even the mountain giant was nothing more than a tiny dwarf. Unlike a projection of my soul world, this iceberg was an actual product. Even in the mortal plane, I was unable to create such a large iceberg. My foundational magic's speed also meant that I would be able to conserve a large amount of mana, which was why I was able to create such a gigantic iceberg domain. Since I have paints and brushes, let's begin painting. It was already quite inconceivable for a silver-ranked mage to be able to accomplish such a feat, however. This was only the beginning for me. What I needed to do next was the second reason why I needed to stay away from the god's line of sight. In that case, let's create a world that belongs only to me. Recreate Wall of Frigid Winter Earth. I would choose to revive myself instead of simply repairing my phylactery. The main reason was that semi-god undead had limited potential, and my future opponents would be far too powerful. As the elemental tide increased, invaders from every dimension would return to this world to enjoy their holy war. However, the most dangerous part would still be the revival of the ancient gods. Forget about the others. I can still try no matter how powerful the enemy is. If the two venerated goddesses of order and chaos awaken, no, they don't need to awaken. If they only create an incarnation of their will, we can probably only laugh at them. Indeed, I had considered what would happen if something went wrong with my plan and the two goddesses of order and chaos awakened, or if they noticed that something was wrong and risked being injured to awaken ahead of time. It's nothing. They'll all die within 3 seconds. After all, even I won't be able to block a single attack from them, even if they're in a weakened state. This has nothing to do with power level. They're the children of the Creator Goddess, the true masters of this world. They're born with special privileges. When Ael said that he would definitely be no match for the two goddesses of order and chaos, he had a relaxed expression as if he had long since accepted it. However, for me, even though it was within my expectations that the two goddesses of order and chaos would be unable to resist, I was still filled with bitterness when I truly confirmed that the two goddesses of order and chaos were so powerful that they were impossible to resist. After all, if a plan had a fatal flaw from the very start, it would make one despair no matter what. And in that future, after the two goddesses of order and chaos awakened, they were indeed unstoppable, which led to a calamity. Aichi created this world, and her power was inherited by the goddesses of order and chaos. That meant that any concept or object born in this world would either belong to chaos or order. There were no exceptions. This also meant that if the people of this world used the power of this world, it would be the same as using flames to attack the fire element. It would be meaningless. In that case, were they truly undefeatable? Perhaps this was indeed the case for others. But for me, the answer was no. I wasn't a soul from this world, nor would I enter the cycle of reincarnation. This was just like how there was a rule that prevented the people of this world from attacking the goddesses of order. However, my soul didn't even originate from this world. The light of law that I had created was fated to become their mortal enemy. But just this alone wouldn't be enough. The power of law was inclined towards protection. It was the chaos within order, and there would be no chance of victory if it was only defense. If law was to be used as a sturdy shield, then I would need a sharp sword that could threaten even the overgods. Doubtlessly, how to find an existence in this world that was superior to the goddesses of order was an unsolvable problem. But what I was most skilled at was finding a way out where there was no way out. Right now, even though there was clearly no correct answer for me to choose from, I had to forcefully come up with an answer. If I used any unorthodox methods, there would be an answer. Since it's impossible to find this world, then let's create a new one. That's right. Even I felt that it was inconceivable. But I was indeed intending to challenge the power of the creator of order and order. You're insane. Ha, you just realized? All right then. Just coming up with this idea already made Ael feel that I was insane. But since the enemy was the chaos god who created the world, normal methods would be ineffective from the very start. Normal people wouldn't even think of challenging them. If I went insane from the very start, perhaps I would even have a slight chance of winning. How to create a world? I didn't know either. Fine then, that would be far too difficult. But I could imitate the true creator of this world, Aichi. Since her power split into two to create order and chaos, then could it be said that Aichi herself was the combination of order and chaos? In that case, could it be said that the creator who created the world had to have both the identity and power of order and chaos? Her soul had to not belong to this world that had already been created, so that she wouldn't be bound by it? When I came to this conclusion, my first reaction was, "System, tell me the truth. Are you trying to scam me again? Why did you provide me with a physical body that was a mixture of two different powers? No, I should say, why did you tempt me to choose this physical body?" I carefully recalled the scene at the time. That physical body was on a completely different level compared to the other physical bodies that Aichi had provided me with. Not only that, the fate points were perfect, so it was only natural that I would choose this physical body. And when I met Ale again, he even exclaimed in admiration, "I really don't know how you managed to create such a body from such a small amount of origin blood. It's so mystical. You're basically the creator's power." And when I questioned him, I only received a vague answer. All right then, I won't comment on why he clearly refused to answer, but still typed out a series of exclamation marks. It was obvious that he was trying to deceive himself, but from a certain standpoint, this tacit admission made me smell the scent of a scheme, and I felt quite sick of it. But before I could threaten him with not doing anything, my system spoke up first. We're on the same side. Our goals are the same. If you die, I die. If you live, I live. In the end, my system became serious for once. It used its own standpoint as an answer. Even if it didn't answer what I asked, its meaning was quite obvious. I won't tell you the specifics, but we're on the same side. That's why I didn't trick you this time. In fact, this choice was correct. Your guess was correct as well. I was naturally dissatisfied with such a vague answer, but my system had been with me for more than 300 years, and I still couldn't find a way to beat it up. In the end, I could only helplessly accept it. All right, now that I solved the problem of my identity as the creator goddess, all that was left was how to create and what I intended to create. What I wanted to create was decided from the very start. Naturally, it would start from the deepest part of my soul. That frozen Northlands was my home and my heart. Transforming it into something I wanted to create was the only possible choice. As for how to do it, it was even simpler. I simply had to imitate Eichi. Eichi's world was constructed using the 4 elements. However, these elements came from the 4 elemental planes. The 4 elemental planes had a much longer history than the goddesses of order and chaos. Directly using elemental power would naturally be within the control of chaos. However, using the power of the 4 elements to construct a new world would naturally be beyond the goddesses of order and chaos jurisdiction. I didn't need to create a true world. I only needed to engrave my soul world of the infallible Definder and depict the northern ice plains that were engraved in the depths of my soul. It would be enough for me to create a small foreign land. Perhaps this foreign land could give birth to an existence that could threaten the 2 goddesses. Perhaps as long as we could pull the 2 goddesses into this foreign land, we would have a chance at victory. Perhaps this foreign land would be able to cancel out the enemy's divine concepts and isolate them from the endless power of the world. There were too many possibilities that were impossible to predict, but at the very least, we would finally have a chance at victory. When I realized this, I began to make my preparations. I started calculating the steps needed to reach my goal. Through my hard work during this period of time, I had already obtained quite a few bargaining chips. Lack of magical theory? Marguerite and Amelia had both provided me with large amounts of information. The elemental information that I had obtained stolen from Caro City was also quite valuable. But the person who gave me the greatest inspiration was Eliza. She used the conflicting elements of ice and fire to create her own soul imprint, which gave me a great revelation. At the very least, she proved that the relationship between the elements wasn't as simple as opposing each other. The 4 elements that create the world? Eichi's world is made up of air, fire, water, and earth. It's actually so similar to the theories on Earth. Back when idealism was prevalent, the East believed that the elements that created the world were earth, water, fire, and wind, while the West believed that the 4 elements were earth, air, water, and fire. From a certain standpoint, they were astonishingly similar. Lack of practical theories about creation? This was doubtlessly the most direct proof of this. All I had to do was stack the 4 elements on top of each other. The seal of the 4 elements was an ancient forbidden spell that created a sealed dimension together. This was doubtlessly a form of creation. Did it require the simultaneous use of 4 different elemental powers? Haha, Now you know why I was willing to pay any price to develop the 4 Elemental Swordcaster job class, and why I was still called the 4 Elemental Swordcaster job class, even though it clearly used more than just 4 sword seals. Activating the 4 elemental sword seals at the same time would create a relatively perfect elemental cycle. In that case, this step was solved. But there was a small problem after that. In order to create a sword seal as the foundation of a new world, I needed materials that were at least at the god equipment level. Right now, only Stonevilla's ocean bottle met these requirements. If I only had one, it wouldn't even be enough for the preliminary experiments. Fortunately, after I killed Androken that day, he left me the gray earth elemental heart, which was also a god equipment level elemental material. Currently, these 2 god equipment were covered in runes. They had already undergone internal modifications. Of course, in terms of grade, the earth elemental heart was far inferior to Stonevilla's ocean bottle, but it was still fine for experiments. Once I succeeded, I would naturally find a replacement. What was the replacement? How about the native earth elemental heart that imprisoned Androken's divine soul? This earth elemental heart was of the same quality and was even stronger. The divine soul contained within it was suitable for one of the 4 pillar gods to nurture a new world. Yep, from the very start, I didn't have good intentions. Problems were raised one after another. Difficulties were tackled one after another, and bits and pieces of chips were collected. Finally, it was time to take this crucial step. I was still using the power of the elements to depict the tundra of the Northern Territory in my mind. But at this stage, how could I be satisfied with just a soul world that was similar to magic? What I wanted was to use my own pen to draw out a real world. This was the path that I had chosen. Come, original Sin Demon God or Angel. A blinding golden light intertwined with the red lava. After my entire body was stinging, they naturally fused together. The light that they emitted was a calm white, just like the sun. When too many colors fused together, the result would either be a chaotic pitch black or a harmonious pure white. Without a doubt, this white light represented a miracle. My order and chaos bloodlines, which were of the same origin, were actually beginning to fuse together. If it wasn't for the fact that I had reached this step, I probably would never have known that the 2 seemingly conflicting transformation talents of my Arbiter bloodline were actually meant to be fused together from the very start. My emotions mysteriously calmed down as everything around me melded into my senses. My lava skin transformed into dark red runic armor, and my body naturally floated in midair. Beneath the skeleton of a demon's wings were wings of light that only the highest level angels could possibly possess. My arms were filled with endless power. For a fanatic worshipper, this appearance that symbolized the coexistence of order and chaos was the greatest sin of all. If it wasn't for the fact that the earth elemental plane blocked off the senses of the gods, trouble would have immediately arrived. And I knew that I didn't have much time. In just a few seconds, more than half of my mana had been lost. In this form, my mana was comparable to that of a legend rank mage, but I still wouldn't be able to last more than a few seconds. Whether I live or die will all depend on this step. Even though I already had a theory, there were far too many gaps in it, not to mention the difference between theory and practice. But right now, I didn't have the capital to experiment over and over again. The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so it had to be fired. Create wall of eternal ice. Within the ice mountain, Stonevilla's ocean bottle began to flash with a snow-white light. Meanwhile, the earth elemental heart also began to float in midair. Its earthen yellow light was already stirring up a sandstorm. If it wasn't for the fact that I had already set up a barrier of ice and snow, it was likely that I would be able to see it from thousands of kilometers away. The earth elemental heart was struggling as if it knew that its end was near, but right now it had nowhere to run. A world with only ice and snow can't be called a true world. In that case, let this world of ice and snow have true frozen earth. While something was happening in the earth elemental plane, an earthquake, or perhaps it should be called a dimensional earthquake, occurred in the divine domain where the gods were gathered. Indeed, apart from an extremely small number of existences, the gods were unable to see through the unknown dimensional walls. However, there were some things that didn't require eyes to see. Lord Ale, I brought a message from the gods. An earthquake suddenly occurred in the Church of Fate. It seems that something important has happened, but they asked the God of Fate. The God of Fate shook his head and didn't say anything. Rumors are spreading everywhere, and the situation is quite chaotic. That's why the gods have invited you to discuss this matter. The winged messenger, Eros, was once a famous hero in the mortal world. He was famous for being able to travel thousands of kilometers in a single night. But in the death god's church, he was nothing more than a despicable angel who didn't even dare to breathe loudly. That's why they're here to ask me? I don't usually pick them up. Eros' tone was light, but it was filled with dissatisfaction. Even a god envoy would be filled with fear when facing the most ancient death god. If Ale used him to vent his dissatisfaction towards the gods, then, as a Valkyrie, Eros wouldn't be able to escape. Wait a moment, let me go together with you. There's something I want to discuss with you. Eros was overjoyed at the unexpected turn of events, but Ale continued speaking. You go first. I'll come over as soon as I make some preparations. What else could Eros say? He hurriedly left, as if he had just been pardoned. This death god's church was giving him far too much pressure. But right after Eros left, the cold-faced Ale suddenly laughed out loud. The sand table behind him began to automatically rearrange itself. The next instant, Roland and the situation around him were displayed in front of the death god. Roland, you're truly daring. You actually found the right path. Perhaps everything will change because of this. If an outsider were here, they would never have thought that heir, who had a cold expression for thousands of years, would actually smile with satisfaction. At the next moment, the Grim Reaper also started to move. However, before he left, the arm under the black robe gently patted the sand table. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, all the sand instantly transformed into flying sand. And in the next second, all of Caro's connections to the mortal plane were severed. No, it should be said that all of Caro's connections to the earth elemental plane were severed. But right after that, Ale hesitated, and then he continuously patted the sand table 3 times. Asterisk clap, clap, clap. Asterisk this time. The wind elemental plane, water elemental plane, and fire elemental plane's connections to the mortal plane were all severed. Only now did Ale leave in satisfaction. What excuse should I use? A sudden dimensional quake shattered the dimensional barrier, causing a temporary loss of connections between all the planes. This was especially true for the elemental planes. It'll probably take at least 3 to 5 months before we can reconnect. Yet this isn't bad. Chapter 211. While Roland was still thinking hard about his path, an inconceivable scene was occurring in the distant plains. It was as if this place had transformed into the chaos abyss. Large numbers of demons were forming groups and beginning their own hunting activities. Wherever their armies went, dangerous earth spiders would be dug out of the ground, and sand dragons would be instantly drowned out like ants swallowing elephants. The opponents that gave Roland headaches were completely useless in front of this endless demon army. However, these creatures of chaos that were brown in color were somewhat different from the pure demons in the chaos abyss. Compared to their evil cousins in the chaos abyss, their skin was brownish yellow, and they didn't use the fire or acid magic that demons commonly used. Instead, they used the incredibly rare earth magic. Not only that, they all had excellent physical attack abilities. It was as if they were the native residents of this place, just like those earth elemental plane creatures with thick skin and thick flesh. One tribe after another was destroyed. Faced with the endless demon army, even the powerful sand dragon was only able to fly a few more kilometers before powerlessly collapsing to the ground. And when that sand dragon lay on the ground on its last breath, waiting for these twisted creatures to give it the final blow. What arrived was a sand boat. For Golden Land, dragons were pulling the sand boat. However, their twisted horns and the smell of sulfur from their breath doubtlessly indicated that they were products of demonization. The sand dragon, Sardaline, was now blind in one eye. The remaining dragon eye viciously glared in that direction. In its mind, the one that would give it the final blow would probably be the main culprit behind all of this. It was highly likely that it would be a powerful demon from the Chaos Abyss. Wow, such a large dragon. But the reality was that the dragons had miscalculated. A young blonde female knight walked out of the sand boat. Judging from her appearance, she was actually a human, and an incredibly young female knight at that. But before Sardaline could even self-destruct in order to deal the final blow, the female knight suddenly muttered something to herself. All right, I got it. I'll just demonize. Relax. I'll control chaos, not be controlled by chaos. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the furious dragon's breath created a shockwave that seemed capable of destroying everything. However, that meant that nothing had happened. Meanwhile, that female knight was already riding on Sardaline's head. Just as Sardaline was about to attack the other party, the dim yellow light of primal chaos enveloped him. Under the intense pain, his body began to recover, but Sardaline let out a pitiful cry of shock, because demonic scales began to grow on his skin. Poisonous spikes appeared on his back, sharp claws and fangs began to grow thicker, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. Sardaline was actually beginning to demonize. At the end of the day, chaos is just a distortion of existing rules. Although demons, as creatures of chaos, can't be born naturally from a certain standpoint, only creatures with their own rules can be demonized and turned into chaos. However, we dragons do not have to worry. We are born with the power to resist the rules. Forcefully demonizing us, even the Duke Fiend can't do it. Perhaps only the legendary son of the Abyss can do it. His past memories were being recalled, and the last of his consciousness was already starting to become hazy. There wasn't much time left, only enough for Sardalevin to mutter to himself. The Abyss Princess? Why is she here? After the dim yellow light faded, the dying Sardaline had disappeared without a trace. What remained was a gigantic, pitch-black inferno dragon. That single dim yellow eye was the best evidence of his identity. Roar, roar, roar. The furious inferno dragon unfurled its new wings and blocked off the sandstorm's might as it flew towards the next high-level magical beast gathering location. Meanwhile, the newly born demons on the ground also responded to their master's call and headed towards their next target. On the inferno dragon's back, in a small sand boat, Renee seemed to be talking to herself as she asked a question. Teacher Cavendish, what do you intend to teach me next? Let's review our demonization first. After that, let's practice our swordsmanship. From the very start, Roland had been mistaken about this matter. As a descendant of the mist, Renee was quite qualified. Even in the face of setbacks and difficulties, she was still able to maintain her tenacious and unyielding personality. The final scene on that snowy night made Roland feel as if he had seen his past self. However, it was also because of this misconception that Roland thought too highly of Renee, believing that she would be able to resist the temptation of the abyss by herself. But sometimes, not lowering one's head in the face of setbacks and despair and being able to resist temptation were two completely different things. It was just like how a person who was capable at work didn't necessarily have a noble character. A person who was tenacious and self-reliant didn't necessarily have the ability to ignore temptation placed in front of them, especially when the temptation seemed so beautiful. The demon prince's tempting words started ringing in Renee's ears the moment she was alone, and our night princess lived up to everyone's expectations and resisted the demon's temptation for as long as 5 seconds. That's right, that was how the situation developed. That was what Cavendish said at the time. Renee, how about I teach you? Don't listen to Roland. What can you possibly learn by practicing on your own? I don't think that's a good idea. Big Brother Roland already said that I can't listen to you. I'm stronger than him. Who do you think I should listen to? Besides, your opponent is a demon marquis. As you are right now, she can kill you with a single slap. Please allow me to call you second brother as well. All right then, before I even finished speaking, I instantly succeeded in tempting her. Since it was far too easy, even the demon prince was shocked by how shameless Rain was. He paused in surprise for quite a while when he heard Rain's reply. Only then did he confirm that she wasn't joking and was actually telling the truth. I know that my talent is lacking, but I still know my own limits. Before I met Big Brother Roland, it wasn't that I wasn't working hard, but I wasn't even close to reaching the silver rank. Big Brother Roland has obviously overestimated me. Besides, I'm Renee, not Roland. I've always believed that there's nothing wrong with having power, and that there's no need to worry so much if you want to increase your power. Grasping power first is the best way. Renee's tone was quite sincere. To be honest, that was indeed what she believed. Unlike Roland, who could obtain power as long as he worked hard, Renee, who had only average talent, had already suffered enough from the pain of not having power. She was also numb to the fact that she worked so hard without any results. From the very beginning, she knew that she couldn't be like Roland, nor did she intend to force herself to be like him. In this aspect, she who had experienced countless setbacks and despair was actually very similar to Cavendish. She had a morbid admiration for power in her bones. If I had power, Donglon would have almost been destroyed. If I had the power to control my own fate, I wouldn't have been forced into marriage by the Ottoman nouveau riche, and my people wouldn't have been humiliated. At the age of 13, she was still a carefree and happy princess. At the age of 14, she put on her armor and went into battle. Now, at the age of 15, she had already become a famous knight princess in the Northlands. The ups and downs of her life made this vase princess, who used to be a pretty face, have a maturity far beyond her age under her playful appearance. She had always desired to control her own fate with her own hands, and this desire had never been satisfied by Roland's arrival. She respected and trusted her teacher, Roland. However, she had her own opinions about power. She didn't intend to argue about it, nor did she want her relationship with Roland to be affected by differences in beliefs. She simply used her actions to make her choice. Perhaps you've been waiting for this day ever since you rejected Roland's blood. However, it seems that you have an amazing accomplice to be able to trick Roland. In the distance, the accomplice, Amelia, who is currently cooking a gigantic magical pot, sneezed. Someone's talking about me. Or is it cursing me again? Could it be that bastard? Beside her was a devastated battlefield. The Earth elemental plane, which originally shouldn't have any greenery, now had a grassland and forest. However, these grayish-yellow plants were already filled with the corpses of magical beasts who were originally in their true forms. With Amelia's assistance, the bloodline seal had never been effective from the very start. Otherwise, Cavendish wouldn't have been able to easily contact Renee, who was in another plane. In fact, he was even able to suppress Gleena in so many battles due to the power of his bloodline. Perhaps I need to apologize to Brother Roland, but I naturally have to make my own decisions about my own life. I've had enough of hiding behind someone else's back and trembling. Roland's sacred sword was still glowing with a silver holy light. However, the Night Princess's eyes had already turned a dim yellow. The shadow of a demon appeared behind her, but she grabbed it in her hands. This girl's willpower was comparable to steel. Roland had never hidden his hopes and worries for the future. Although Renee seemed like a carefree person, she had a sharp heart. She hated her own powerlessness, and right now, even though she clearly knew that making a deal with a demon was no different from asking a tiger for its skin, she wouldn't regret today's decision rather than continue being a flower vase. Even if she might fall into depravity in the future, she wouldn't regret today's choice. Instead of regretting after the fact that you didn't take advantage of the opportunity, it's better to regret after doing it. Isn't that what you said in the past? By the way, Brother Roland had also left a famous saying to her. The response from Roland's soul was much more serious. Then, let me teach you how to control chaos. First of all, you must remember to control your own heart. Don't let chaos corrode your soul. Power is only a tool. If you end up being controlled by a tool, that would be far too laughable. The Prince of Chaos was actually teaching someone how to resist the corrosion of chaos. Perhaps, from a certain standpoint, Cavendish no longer viewed Renée as a backup physical body. Perhaps he was beginning to view her as his true successor. I only have one request. Use what I've taught you to defeat that Gleena. Viciously beat her up in a direct battle. Could it be that she betrayed your bloodline? You're actually so angry? I don't think you're such a petty person. The feeling that she gives me is just like Roland back then. I'm afraid that she has already successfully fused with Roland's bloodline. Since that's the case, Roland will definitely teach her everything that he has learned in his life. Since you're my descendant and disciple, how can you be weaker than Roland's descendant and disciple? Renée came to a sudden realization. These big shots were always so serious over inexplicable matters. It seemed that this younger twin brother was going against his older brother. Since the two of them couldn't have a direct competition, then they would have an indirect competition through their descendants and disciples. Cousin Gleena? I won't lose to her, regardless of which aspect. And so, after receiving Cavendish's teachings, Renée unscrupulously activated her own demonkin bloodline. Then, she created a demonized army in the mortal plane. At this moment, while Renée was studying the secrets of chaos on the dragon's back, a gigantic pillar of light suddenly rose up, causing a violent tempest to sweep through the entire mortal plane. Just as Renée was about to ask what exactly happened, she felt a wave of shock and disbelief surge up from the bottom of her heart. Even a powerful child of the chaos abyss actually felt fear. Roland, it would seem that I've still underestimated you. It would seem that we can have a good fight the next time we meet. Of course, I didn't know that far away in the mortal plane, Renée had already established a powerful army, and it was foreseeable that this army would only become stronger and stronger as time passed. The current me was using up all of my energy just to control the fusion of the earth and water elements. With the earth element as the skeleton and the water element as the bloodline, snow will fall, and the icy plains will turn white. When the wind and snow stop, everything will return to peace. This wasn't some incantation. It was just a description that would deepen my self-influence. With its help, the scenery of my homeland reappeared in my mind. But this time, I wouldn't be satisfied with only being able to temporarily interfere with my soul world. The illusory world was slowly becoming reality, and I, who had transformed into an arbiter, was combining reality and illusion to create a new, independent world. Stonevilla's ocean bottle was currently emitting magic. With the help of the sword seal, the water element was activated as a child element, and it began to emit an endless amount of frost. Meanwhile, the earth elemental heart had long since transformed into the ground beneath my feet, becoming the first piece of land for my new world. And what I needed to do was to combine them into one, obtaining the unknown from the known and allowing it to enter a self-contained cycle. I took a deep breath and pointed at the sky with one hand, causing the frost to descend. I pointed at the ground with another hand, causing the ground to rise. Next, I took a deep breath and clasped my hands together. Asterisk clack. Asterisk, there was the sound of gears colliding. The huge explosion that I expected didn't happen. I actually managed to combine them so easily. It would seem that I was too worried. Obviously, I was happy too early. The next moment, the two elements that I had just combined actually began to tremble and were about to explode. Damn it, if it explodes. The next moment, I thought of a gigantic canyon. But at this moment, I was unable to endure the reverse flow of elemental power. The elemental power was about to go berserk. Everything in theory should be correct. Why did such a situation occur? My power level. Perhaps others were right. The closer one was to death, the more brilliant one's mind would be. In an instant, I understood everything. That's right, I indeed had the ability to create things, and I had also used theories and foundational methods. However, I had overlooked something. When He created the world, she was already inconceivably strong. The backlash and chaos were nothing more than a small wave to her, but to me, it was an irresistible, destructive force. Damn it, I'm just one step away. How could I possibly be at ease at such a time if I failed? But I was about to go berserk or even die, and I had no way to resist at all. If I had known earlier, I would have waited until I was at least a semi-god before attempting this. What happened? Suddenly, everything returned to normal. The berserk elemental power was like a domesticated dog that had been tamed, and it began to move according to my will. Fate points. 37624, the number of fate points suddenly popped up on my interface. My fate points were rapidly decreasing, which doubtlessly explained the source of this miracle. It also proved that this miracle didn't come without a price. 36521, 31435, 274, 21. It's not like my fate points just grew out of nowhere. Aren't you being too greedy? Leave some for me. I still need to reach the gold rank. System notification. If you still have time to retort, why don't you end this earlier? All right then. I had originally wanted to thank the system for saving my life, but let's forget about it. I fully focused on combining the elements, and when that damned fate point number jumped to 9,214, the process finally came to an end. Asterisk clack. Asterisk, it was still only the sound of gears clicking into place. But this time it was likely that the entire mortal plane could hear it. As for me, I could sense that in this original world, I now had an independent world of my own. Although there was only frigid winter earth in this world, it was a world that belonged solely to me. Ding! Congratulations to my host for obtaining frigid winter earth. The system is unable to analyze its specific effects and principles. However, it is able to analyze the basics of how to use it. Would you like to analyze it? This was the first time that I had ever heard of something that the system was unable to analyze. I was overjoyed and nodded, but I instantly regretted it. Fate points. 4,624. I instantly lost more than half of my fate points. Just as I was about to complain, I was astonished by the system's next message. Frigid winter earth, an existence with no rating. Currently, the largest area that it can expand into is a three-dimensional space with a radius of 136 meters. It ignores all barriers and is capable of entering the ground. Recommended effect 1, Death Chill. Anyone who steps into this frigid winter earth will receive 1 to 100 points of ice damage, determined by the user. This damage cannot be avoided. Even the gods are unable to avoid it. Recommended effect 2, Ice Sword. I actually managed to see 4 recommended effects here and there, and this was only the beginning. This was only a portion of the effects of this incomplete world. Where fortune arrives, misfortune lurks. I had just been pleasantly surprised when I received an urgent warning. Warning, because the earth elemental heart used to construct the foundation of this world is of inferior quality. Not only is frigid winter earth unable to fully utilize its effects, it is also in the process of disintegrating. Host, please hurry and find a replacement. Disintegration countdown. 132 days, 6 hours, 10 minutes. All right then, I won't comment on how this bastard was so powerful, but was still only an incomplete product. I also won't comment on how the God's earth elemental heart, was actually of inferior quality. The system was even considerate enough to give me an arrow pointing at the sleeping earth god. It would seem that I need to hurry up. Androken, just you wait. Chapter 212. Congratulations on the host's special class advancement, Lord of Winter. This advancement is exclusive to you and cannot be passed on to others. Congratulations to the host for entering the gold rank. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a special spatial barrier, Frigid Winter Earth. The disguise system has been installed. In the eyes of the gods, this is only a special soul world in its infancy. Please feel free to use it, but once you enter it, please remember to silence them. Congratulations to the host! The stingy system actually sent me a bunch of congratulatory notifications. This gold rank wasn't given to me by the system, it was my own breakthrough. Actually, none of this was important to me. The most important thing was that I had confirmed my future path of development. Perfect this world. I need to find divine weapons, materials, and souls to fill in the embryonic form of this world. Even if I am perfecting this world, I am also perfecting myself. Perhaps this path would be bumpy and it would take an endless amount of time. It was also possible that I wouldn't be able to reach the end of this path in my lifetime. On this solitary path, it was impossible for anyone to guide me. However, I knew that at the very least at the end of this path, there might be treasures that I desired. Then let's give it a try. He couldn't suppress the excitement and joy in his heart. He was like a child who had just received a new toy and naturally wanted to try it out. However, the next moment, he heard the sound of a system notification. Due to activating the disguise system and planning skills, you have overspent your fate points. Please pay up the 2147 fate points you owe within 24 hours, or the system will seal your new world. No money? Use your to pay off the debt. Pooh! Immediately he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could you do this to me at this time? You're giving me back my gratitude and gratitude just now. However, I didn't have the time to comment on this. Based on my understanding of the system, when it said something good, it might not actually be good. But when it said something bad, it would definitely be worse than expected. Since it said that it would detain my new world if I didn't pay within 24 hours, then it would really be detaining my new world. Wait, this is the core of my new class. If you take it away, won't I become a knight without a war horse, a basketball player without a killer tennis ball, and a tofu pudding without candy? What's the point of that? Countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes. System notification. Keep bullshitting. Keep blackmailing me. You heresy of the sweet faction. I'll stop talking nonsense and quickly go earn some points. On Caro's map, the Haired Valley region was a forbidden zone, because that was where the tower giants lived. This name wasn't very precise, but anyone who saw those gigantic stone giants would know where this name came from. Each of the stone giants was dozens of stories tall, their heads and shoulders reaching the clouds. The upper half of their bodies was a fortress, while their shoulders and heads, which were built into the shape of buildings, were the clock towers and turrets of the fortress. Its enormous body represented unparalleled physical strength. This giant's physical attacks could destroy the heavens and the earth, but what was most frightening was the hundreds of catapults in the stronghold. The reason for the birth of these existences had long since become unreliable. The pioneers who just arrived in the Earth elemental plane were ambushed by a tower giant. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they also mistakenly believed that an enemy faction had attacked them, believing that it was an archmage's doing. That was because the tower giants' bodies were one with the buildings, which doubtlessly meant that they were a special type of artificially created creature. Although they hadn't evolved to have self-awareness yet, their incomparably large bodies and countless catapults doubtlessly proved that they were war machines. The reason why the tower giants in the Haired Valley region were labeled as highly dangerous was because there were countless residents living within each tower giant's body. These residents formed a unique symbiotic relationship with the tower giants. Sometimes the tribes living within would be stone demons, earth elementals, and other intelligent creatures. Sometimes it was even possible to meet special flying units such as gargoyles. Every tower giant was like a colorful box. It was impossible to know what tribe was inside before opening the box, and it was highly likely that it wouldn't be anything good after opening the box. Not only that, the tower giants lived in groups, and they even had a special method of communication. That was why fighting against a tower giant would be like a real battle. Just several dozen tower giants would be enough to create a gigantic army. Meanwhile, there were more than 400 tower giants in the Harad Valley. The total number of tower giants and symbiotic communities was innumerable. Just the tower giants gathered at the entrance of the valley were enough to make even the sand dragons not dare to enter this area. Only the most ancient existences knew that the greatest secret of this place was actually within the valley itself. These gigantic fellows were nothing more than guards, personally created by the most ancient existences. Who's that? He's actually heading deeper into the valley? The tower giants would occasionally come out to hunt and patrol. In order to avoid unnecessary losses, the various factions would set up their own temporary outposts at the entrance of the valley. Caro's mages stationed here, apart from keeping an eye on the giant tower giants' movements, were more important in persuading the greenhorns to go home. What? A forbidden zone that's over SSS? Humph. I was born to do great things. What's so special about a forbidden zone? It's nothing more than a treasure trove and a place for miraculous encounters. Haha. God equipment and inheritances, I'm coming. No stairs? Perfect. I'm going to jump off a cliff. These types of idiots would appear every year, and there would be plenty of people who were poisoned in Knight's novels. Sometimes, when they were annoyed, the mages stationed here wouldn't try to persuade them anymore and would just let them fend for themselves. Fortunately, there weren't too many idiots this year. The mage stationed here, Caro, had been worried that there wouldn't be enough jokes to talk about after this year's change of guards. Now that he finally met one, he was actually quite happy. But before he could even go forward and ask about it, he stopped on his own. That gray-cloaked figure only glanced at him, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning and his entire body went numb. So strong. I've never heard of a lightning archmage coming here before. The next second he realized that his good intentions were unnecessary. That figure had already disappeared without a trace. The tower giant's orders were to attack all individuals that weren't part of their own species. Along the way, the constantly flickering and disappearing figure suffered countless attacks. Unfortunately, those clumsy monsters couldn't even touch him, let alone see him. But when he reached the valley, the gray-cloaked figure stopped and quietly waited until a voice spoke up. Camdrin, what's so important that you need to personally come find me? Even though he was facing a powerful earth elemental god, this ancient earth elemental god didn't show any hesitation or respect at all. It was as if he was asking a junior. And Camdrin didn't mind Ainslow's impoliteness. In fact, he was more than happy to be direct. Ainslow, do you want to become the earth elemental god? Do you want to become an existence equal to me? Elemental creatures were always so direct in their interactions. They were like ancient tribes that lacked understanding of social hierarchy. This was especially true for elemental creatures who hadn't had much contact with mortals. They would say whatever was on their minds. Of course, if Ainslow had been an ordinary mortal, Ainslow would have long since stomped him down without saying anything. Of course I want to. What do you intend to do? Ainslow's loud voice echoed throughout the entire valley. Ainslow didn't hide her desire at all. As one of the oldest existences in the mortal plane, Ainslow had desired to become an earth elemental god for countless years. However, there could only be one earth elemental god. If it wasn't for the fact that Ainslow still had some rationality left in him and knew that Androken wouldn't be easy to deal with, Ainslow would have long since personally opened the seal to steal the earth elemental god's glory. Then, join us in our plan. This time, the fire elemental god, the water elemental god, and I have decided to join forces to completely destroy Androken. That's not enough. After a long period of hesitation, Ainslow gave such an answer. It wasn't that Ainslow wasn't willing, but rather that it wasn't enough. Ainslow didn't think that the Allied forces would be able to win. Camdren didn't get angry at being refused. This was an answer that he had expected. Androken had offended far too many people, and this wasn't the first time that he had been attacked by the Allied forces. Yet he still lived so happily. This was for no other reason than that he was strong enough to fight against the other 3 Earth elemental gods at the same time. And in the underground labyrinth, Ainslow had even single-handedly controlled the Earth elemental dimensional door while dominating everyone else and even gaining the upper hand. If it wasn't for the fact that the Earth elemental dimensional door had a problem which greatly reduced the Earth elemental god's combat strength, it would have been hard to say who would have won or lost. In Ainslow's eyes, if she casually joined the Allied forces to attack Ainslow, it would be far too pitiful if all the Earth elemental dimensional door's existences ran away after suffering yet another defeat, leaving Ainslow behind to be dealt with by Androken. Of course, we wouldn't be enough if Androken was in perfect condition. But what if he's severely injured and even destroyed his divine soul? Don't you think it's strange? Even though he's already returned to the mortal plane for so long, he hasn't appeared even once. Nor is he like before, attacking the overly powerful Earth elemental lords like you in order to stabilize his position. Androken was injured? Really? How was he injured? Were his injuries serious? Ainslow's series of hurried questions indicated that she was greatly tempted. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. In fact, I even helped. In fact, the elemental heart in his body in the mortal plane became someone else's spoils of war. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the sudden opening of the underground tunnel was doubtlessly proof of everything. Let's talk inside. Ainslow even personally came out to greet him. However, unlike that deafening roar, Ainslow was an incredibly short elemental creature. Her ugly skin was covered in black scales, and her pitted head was filled with sharp elemental crystals. Her 4 limbs were short, and she also had small, ugly eyes. Just judging from her physical appearance, she seemed rather similar to a gnome. However, Camdren wouldn't look down on her because of her physical appearance. Ainslow was the creator of all sorts of powerful elemental life forms, including tower giants. She was also known as the Great Stone Sculptor, and was known as the Mother of all stones. That's right, it was her, not him. Elemental life forms didn't have a gender, but at a certain level, they could choose their gender. As one of the most ancient existences in all the elemental planes, Ainslow's reputation was no lower than that of the elemental gods. If it wasn't for the fact that Androken was far too powerful, she would have had the right to become an elemental god as well. At the very least, if Ainslow had been a wind elemental creature, Camdren wouldn't have had any confidence in being able to suppress her. This time, our plan is truly grand. In order to ensure success, not only have the 2 elemental gods personally taken action, I've even found more than 30 elemental lords. They're all quite interested in this plan. Of course, their interest also includes the throne of the elemental god. As long as Androken isn't in my way, I won't lose to anyone. Camdren smiled and didn't say anything else. This was already more than 30 times that he had heard something like this. Basically, every elemental lord would say something like this at least once. As long as Androken isn't present, I'll personally obtain the throne of the elemental god. There were no promises. These ancient existences didn't need promises. They were all filled with confidence in themselves, and they knew that if Androken collapsed, all promises would be useless. In the end, they would have to rely on their own strength. This was also why Roland had asked Camdren to personally come here to persuade them. Ordinary existences wouldn't even have a chance to speak in front of these ancient existences. Only the equally ancient wind elemental gods would know how to make these ancient existences work for the allied armies. In that case, please take a look at this blueprint. In order to deal with Androken, we need a fortress, a gigantic, moving fortress. Ainslow took the blueprint. I'm not very educated, so don't lie to me. Is this a fortress? Do you think that I've never been to the mortal plane before? This is obviously a duck. That's right, the blueprint depicted a large yellow duck without a neck. There were also several large words at the top of the blueprint. Moving fortress, yellow duck. It was evident that this was the design of a certain someone's blood, sweat, and tears. Fine, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it was a product of bad taste. No, I didn't understand at first either. But look, the reason why it's made into a bird shape is to reduce air resistance when flying. The reason why we chose a strange duck shape with no feathers and no neck is to make it conform to the natural laws of airflow. It said that this is the product of humanity's newest technology, airflow mechanics. It's the crystallization of the wise one's wisdom. Are you sure you're not joking? This is a product of the wise ones, not some random persons? Obviously, Ainslow wasn't so easily fooled. She had a premonition that if she did this just because of its strange and laughable appearance, it would become the greatest shame of her entire life. Of course, the person who gave me this blueprint was a great saint from the Truth Society, Marguerite. And this time, she'll be personally acting as well. All right, Camdren indeed hadn't played Ainslow. It was Roland who had played Camdren. But right now, the wind elemental god's words were quite convincing. Even though she still had many questions and doubts, Ainslow could only agree. Wake up all the stone sculptors and sculptors. We'll have work to do. Let's start making a yellow duck. With the great stone sculptor's creation, it shall become the greatest duck in the world. Chapter 213. Main God. Oh no, the system won't assign a mission that's certain death. I really wanted to say that, but in reality, I really didn't know how to earn 2,000 fate points in 24 hours. This was enough for me to do my daily work for half a year. But there's always a way out, and things finally took a turn for the better. I really wanted to say that, but that thing never came. Time's up. I'll be detaining your share. Once you've collected enough points, come and redeem it for me. Every month, the interest will be 90%, and the interest will compound. If it drags on for too long, you understand. I know your sister. Haven't you had enough of this old joke? But even so, I was in a disadvantageous situation, so what else could I do? All I could do was hurry up and gather enough fate points to return. All right then, my current goal was to quickly complete the quest and make the most of the fate points I still owed. However, in my current condition, I was obviously not suited for challenging strong opponents. Therefore, he had no choice but to return less than a week later. I should hurry up and return to Caro. At the very least, I should think of a way to redeem my share. Choose one of the 2 daily missions. The first mission is to tell the world that I am the king of nudity. The second mission, Uncle is not a pervert. Little girl, watch Goldfish with Uncle. As I strolled through the streets of Caro, I looked at my daily quests. I was probably going to have to choose between scamming others or scamming myself. However, when I saw that the reward was only 50 fate points, I felt like it wasn't even enough to pay the interest, so I directly gave up. Is it profitable to disrupt the original trajectory and destiny? Let's go there and find an epic quest. I squatted on the street and looked down at the busy crowd, deep in thought. Roland, it really is you. When the sentinel said you were back, I couldn't believe it. All of a sudden, I was interrupted by an agitated, white-bearded head. Looking at the wrinkled old face that was flushed with excitement, I tilted my head. Oh, you're the old man who sells beef patties in O'Galley? He wants the 2 copper coins he owes me last time. Pooh! Judging from his posture and the ugly gazes of the 2 younger mages behind him, I should have guessed wrongly. Hotel owner? The shoemaker at the door? The hairdresser next door? None of them? Are you kidding me? Who are you? I was a little annoyed. I was making a few gold coins in a minute, and this white-bearded old man actually came over to play guessing with me. You can't recognize me, yet you're angry at me. I'm Cade, your junior from the same batch. Look carefully. Hearing that, I was stunned. There was indeed such a junior in my memory, but he obviously didn't look like this. That's not right. Cade doesn't have this much beard. He was a handsome boy back in the day, and he was clean and white. He wasn't as short as you are. The white-bearded old man quickly nodded. Yes, it's that clean and white Cade. Back in the day, I was a famous handsome boy, a famous mistress killer. But now that I'm getting older, how can I still be the same? My back is hunched, so of course I'm short. Are you really Cade? That Cade who specialized in prophecy? That Cade who flunked his elemental magic class to the point where the world was falling apart? That Cade who didn't wash his underwear for half a month? Cade, the one who used flame burst to confess his love, but ended up getting labeled as a younger brother. All right, the more I said, the redder Cade's old face became, but he didn't deny it. Yes, didn't I flunk my course together with you back in the day? You were the one who came up with the stupid idea of confessing in public. As for not washing his underwear for 10 days, you were the one who blew up the laundry room. I nodded. This was indeed correct, but I still needed to confirm it. You really are Cade, the Cade who chose to specialize in prophecy just to peek at female teachers changing and bathing. This time it was the 2 students behind me who looked at their teacher with astonished expressions. In their eyes, the myth-ranked mage Cade was a well-respected, gentle, and amiable elder. They didn't expect him to have such an unofficial history. That's Phillips. You definitely remembered wrongly. I'm not interested in old women. I only like young girls. Oh. All right, it was too late to stop now. The students' jeering made the old mage want to find a hole to hide in. Now that I had confirmed it, I decided. You really are Cade? That's wonderful. Archmage Cade had a smile on his face and tears in his old eyes. It was indeed exciting to be able to see his old friend again after so many years. You bastard, pay me back. When are you going to pay me back the 3.5 gold coins you owe me? With interest added on for 200 years, I'll count it as 2 million gold coins. All right, everyone's expressions froze over at this moment. Demon God of the 9 Hells, listen to my prayers. All right then, this guy actually started chanting an incantation. It seemed that it was a mega spell that borrowed the power of a demon god. I knew that things would get out of hand if things continued like this, so I laughed as I spoke. You went berserk with just a little provocation. It seems that it really is you, Cade. Come, let us brothers find a place to have a few drinks. There were 4 great joys in life: rain after a long drought, wedding night, and passing the exam, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. There were also 4 great tragedies in life. There was only 1 drop of rain. The groom wasn't you. The name was written on the wrong person, and meeting your creditor in a foreign land. But right now, Cade, who seemed to be in debt, was actually quite happy. After drinking some alcohol, he even proudly asked a little girl, "Do you want Grandpa to turn you into a Western lollipop? Look, little goldfish." Then he was dragged away by his disciples, who risked their lives. Today, Cade's old-fashioned and serious image had been completely destroyed. Perhaps tomorrow the old bastard Cade's fame would spread throughout the entire city. Oh my, even though it's clearly free alcohol, it's not bad at all. This should be a special 300-year-old brandy from the Ottoman Empire's Valon Corner region. The market price is at least 5,000 gold coins. Humph, don't think that you can bribe me like this. You still have to pay me back my money. System notification. Can you not mention your 3.5 gold coins? Also, you remembered wrongly. Back then, you didn't even have any gold coins to use. It was clearly 3.5 copper coins. Learn from Cade. See, you've already forgotten about it, and you even agreed to pay for your food and lodging. Copper coins? Forget it, there's no difference. You can forget about the points I owe you, and I'll forget about it as well. All right then, the system didn't reply, but I guessed that it was probably preparing to give me an honorary title of miser or something along those lines. At the same time, Cade walked over in high spirits. Yep, I probably had to ignore the small handprint on his face. It seemed that little girls didn't care if you were a well-respected archmage or not. Roland, why are you drinking by yourself? It's such a rare, celebratory banquet, so be happy. This is also an occasion where I wanted to introduce you, an old upperclassman, to them. At least give me some face. Don't mention it. Just look at how they're pointing at me. Don't even mention face. In their eyes, I'm already an old monster. You don't say. It's really strange. Although it's said that after reaching a certain level, your physical body will gradually become immortal and your aging will slow down. Not to mention your physical body. I feel like even your soul is filled with energy. You're just like a newborn baby. However, your current magic power isn't that strong. I chuckled, but didn't reply. There were some things that I couldn't explain, even if I wanted to. Cade knew that I didn't want to talk about it, so he shook his head and didn't press me for more details. Do you still remember Elialu? She actually got married to Casso. Our generation. I had already forgotten many things, but fortunately, during the last god's descent, many of my lost memories that could be restored were restored by divine power. Plus, the records in my diary basically matched up. Of course, some confusion was unavoidable, such as mistaking a beautiful woman as a handsome man, mistaking owing money as borrowing money, mistaking gold coins as copper coins system. Can you not mention those 3.5 gold coins? Getting back to the main topic, as I got older, I would always become sentimental and naggy when talking about the past. We chatted for half the night, and I expected that apart from the few of us, everyone else had left. After hearing so many things, even I couldn't help but feel sentimental when I heard about my former classmates and friends. Time was merciless, and the years didn't stop. More than 200 years had passed, and there weren't many of my former classmates who were still alive. After all, there was a barrier between gold, legend, and saint rank. If one wanted to reach the limits of a normal life, they would need to reach saint rank at the very least, and the probability of that was so low that it was negligible. Right, do you still remember teacher Amelia? Cade smiled mysteriously, as if he had finally grasped my sore spot. Back when you got together with her, many archmages were heartbroken, and many used your portrait as a scarecrow. She's still looking for you, and she doesn't believe that you're already dead. She's always been single, and it seems that she's deeply in love with you. How do you intend to repay her? I didn't have anything to say, but Aditya and Saranto had shocked expressions and exclaimed in surprise. They had always been worried that their teacher would continue to make a fool of herself, but they never expected to hear such shocking news. Impossible! The gentle and kind teacher Amelia is the dream lover of countless students. How could she? I remember 1047 of the Angel Amelia's fan club. This definitely can't be true. Teacher, you're going against us countless Amelia fans. Asterisk slap. Asterisk, I slapped the back of the heads of the 2 acolytes, telling them to shut up. Only then did Cade awkwardly smile at me. You're actually fooled by appearances. How useless. After those taboo matters were exposed, Amelia's reputation was indeed ruined. But 200 years had passed, and as long as those old fellows exposed her and gossiped about her, there wouldn't be many who knew about Amelia's past anymore. In their eyes, there was probably only that astonishingly charismatic, yet approachable and gentle teacher. Back then, who was it that hugged my leg and cried, and then ran away crying while shouting, "I'll leave Her Highness Amelia to you, and you must treat her well, or I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life." This time, it was Cade's turn to sweat. The next moment, he smoothed his beard and spoke in a serious tone. "It's Archibald, it's definitely that guy. Back in the day, that guy really chased after Amelia." "All right then, seeing that this was a 300-year-old brandy, I'll give you some face. So, even teacher had a past like that. Why do you say that we're fooled by appearances? Could it be that teacher Amelia has another side to her? A wild side, a charming side? I really want to see it. One of them sighed, while the other was panting heavily. It was obvious that none of these guys were normal people. Cade and I exchanged glances and smiled wryly at the same time when faced with the next generation's infatuation with Amelia. It seemed that we had also been fooled in the same way back in the day. Wild. Should I say crazy? Believe me, if you really saw that side, it would most likely be on a test bench, and later. There would be no later. After hesitating for a moment, I finally said it out loud. Actually, Amelia found me, and this time we came together. Teacher, Heloise, also came with us. The moment I said this, old Cade was still fine, but the other two Amelia fans were about to pounce on me with bloodshot eyes. However, Cade revealed a contemplative expression. The Earth elemental plane wasn't a good place to have a honeymoon. These 3 people would be world-class calamities if they left, so they definitely had some ulterior motive for coming here. Cade then thought about all the strange things that had been happening recently and had an expression of sudden realization. Could it be that the Earth elemental tide's recent explosion and the inability to teleport between planes was also caused by you guys? Teleportation between planes is impossible. No, it wasn't done by us, but it's highly likely related to our goal. You know about Omdroken, right? Only he, the Earth elemental god, would be able to seal off this plane. He's definitely the one who caused the elemental storm's explosion. Omdroken? Didn't the most recent news say that he went to the Northlands to be with the Beastmen? Your information is delayed by at least half a year. He's back and he's seriously injured. This time, we're here to do something big. Do you want to come with us? Congratulations to my host for triggering a legendary level quest. System notification. I'm not giving you a quest to help you pay off your debt because I pity you. Stop acting cute. You're not cute at all. Chapter 214. To be honest, meeting an old friend in a foreign land was quite a joyous occasion, especially when they owed me money and even promised to pay me back with interest. System. That's enough of this joke. Are you done yet? Cough. Getting back to the main topic, I finally didn't have to trick those gnomes to earn my living expenses, which saved me quite a bit of effort. After all, those gnomes weren't easy to deal with, and they weren't easy to deal with. However, their hard work resulted in another effect. The god of law, Wumien's faith, spread far and wide. Of course, it was impossible to count on them to proactively spread the concept of law. Even if the Church of Law, which strictly prohibited crimes, was very helpful to the weak gnomes, they were willing to do anything for the sake of money. They had been walking on the border between legal and illegal for a long time, so why would they actively seek trouble for themselves? What they spread was another Church of Law that belonged to Wumien's contract. This divine concept obtained from the Ottoman Empire hadn't even been accepted by human society yet, but the gnomes were already openly using it. That insurance was obviously a type of contract, and the protection of the weak and the recognition of contracts by a true god made the gnomes exceptionally welcome this new concept. There was just a small problem. Venerable insurance god, Sleepless, please listen to my prayer and allow me to sell a few more insurance policies today. Fine, forget about getting the god's name wrong. The insurance god wasn't the god of commerce, so why would he bless you with a smooth business? Cough, wrong. What did this insurance god mean? He actually didn't send down any divine punishment? Could it be that Wumien's was a forgiving god? That was impossible. Fortunately, I got the wrong god's name wrong, so my prayer was ineffective. Otherwise, fine. Someone had already told the truth. Praying with the wrong god's name was like calling the wrong number. Of course, it was meaningless, but it would definitely anger any divine job class member who saw such blasphemy. But sometimes the fake could also be mistaken for the real. Some wrong concepts, when combined to a certain extent, could really affect the concept of a true god. In order to not be called the insurance god, Sleepless, such a weak name, I intended to have the Church of Law take action the moment I returned. At the very least, I couldn't let the gnomes do as they pleased. Perhaps I could try to get involved in such a profitable business like insurance. But now this contract with the god of law inscribed on it was doubtlessly far more useful than the devil's contract. And in order to make these contracts even more effective, those stingy misers actually built a church dedicated to the god of law in Cairo. Wumien's statue was even made of gold. Yep, it was just gold paint. They wouldn't be willing to use the lovely gold to make useless decorations. Although I was rather dissatisfied with the fact that more and more goblins were treating the god of insurance, I had to admit that the god of law had indeed expanded the god of law's divine concept and divine domain as they spread new contracts such as insurance. It could be said that they were doing a great deed out of selfishness. Perhaps I should discuss it with the gnomes and come up with a contract with them for a wholesale price, with an additional condition for them to spread the complete teachings of the god of law. With their ability to expand their business to other dimensions, it should be quite effective. As I pondered, a scene suddenly appeared before my eyes. A goblin wearing a suit and a gentleman's hat knocked on my door politely and handed me a name card. "Excuse me, do you know Wumian's?" "You don't?" "That's great. Oh no, it's such a pity. Our Church of Wumian's, if you join us now, we'll even give you a 3-year insurance policy. If you add 100 gold coins, we'll even help you apply for a VIP membership card and upgrade your insurance policy to explosive accidents for free." I thought about how if this frightening scene came true, the Church of Law's divine job class members would probably be the same as the ubiquitous insurance salesman. In order to prevent Wumians from being treated as the god of advertising, I immediately decided to give up on this idea. But the most important thing right now was still, when will the world be returned to me? I did activate a legendary quest, which would definitely give me a lot of points. But unexpectedly, it wasn't to kill the earth elemental god Ondoroken. Instead, it was an entanglement of 2 dragons mission that required me to choose between the Bardi Empire and the Mage Country in order to increase my reputation as much as possible. Obviously, if I chose the Mage Country and dragged them down with me, it would naturally be a good thing for me to increase my reputation in this battle against Ondoroken. The reward I received was a large number of points that I needed the most. If I chose to kill Ondoroken in order to increase my reputation, I would also receive plenty of earth elemental materials to construct my perfect world as spoils of war. However, I wasn't happy at all because this legendary quest was obviously hinting at something. The Mage Country and the Bardi Empire are at war? Cade nodded with a bitter expression upon hearing this. Although there's no full-scale war yet, there have been over 100 skirmishes at the border in the past month. We capture several hundred spies every day, and it's quite obvious that the enemy's armies are gathering. It would seem that it's only a matter of time before the Bardi Empire declares war. Just what is that Orlos the 13th thinking? He's actually trying to start a war between the mega empires right before the Holy War? Did a demon eat his brain? I didn't even need to ask for the reason, as I had some understanding of the Truth Symposium. As long as the general structure of the Truth Symposium didn't change, the Mage Country's rulers would have no interest in territory or reputation. The Mage Country hadn't changed its territory for several millennia already, so it was almost impossible for them to start a war. As for the Bardi Empire, actually all the human mega-empires were basically the same. It was only natural for them to be arrogant. If a lunatic who thought that he was the greatest emperor of all time appeared, the neighboring countries would have to struggle for several hundred years. And it just so happened that all the mega-empires had quite a solid foundation, so it was quite troublesome to struggle for them. Fortunately, there were still smaller countries between the mega-empires as a buffer zone. However, I had heard of Orlos before. He had already been in power for more than 30 years, and he had always been a staunch hawk. He had fought against numerous foreign countries, and recently he had even forced the 13 countries of the Moonhorn Alliance to surrender, which directly tore apart the buffer zone between the Bardi Empire and the Mage Country. I don't think he's crazy. He probably saw that the other countries were busy during the Holy War, so he could use this time to expand. Humph. Do they really think that they can escape? How foolish. Cade shook his head. The Bardi Empire is a landlocked country. There aren't any other species within or outside its borders. I'm afraid that they really won't be involved in this holy war. Our mage country has expanded far too much. I'm guessing that they're here for our technology. This will be quite troublesome. I opened my mouth, but in the end I didn't say anything. After all, it was impossible for me to explain the information that the undead plane just so happened to be in the Bardi Empire's capital. If I casually said something like that, there would be no end of trouble. Not only that, I wouldn't be able to verify whether history and future would really coincide. Something worth mentioning was that when I told Renee to use the name of the Donglan Principality to spread the news that the undead were about to invade the Bardi Empire, basically nobody believed me. In fact, there was quite a bit of ridicule and criticism. The Northerners are saying that the undead calamity is about to arrive? Ha ha! It would seem that they've been scared witless by the remnants of Shilua's army. Let the undead calamity come. The Yongya calamity that has existed for more than 100 years hasn't been able to do anything to us. Not to mention today, the Donglan Principality, the legendary Roland Principality. He's here to warn us of a new Yongya calamity. Oh my, isn't this just a mouse warning us that the granaries are unsafe? Are you sure you're not joking? All right then, I had done everything I could. I couldn't care less if you listened or not. But now, it was obvious that I had to make a choice. There's no need to think about the mage country anymore. I already deeply hate that idiotic bastard emperor. And when I made my choice, that damn system actually gave me a benefit, allowing me to temporarily borrow my world 3 times. It even gave me a progress bar. 7% minus 3,421. The second progress bar was a completely random increase in debt, while the first progress bar was incomprehensible. But no matter how I asked, my system would fall into a strange silence. And every time the progress bar increased by a little, my debt would skyrocket. This was completely different from how it was calculated. I could only helplessly try using my world once, and I instantly understood. Then I instantly regretted it. I had wasted a rare opportunity. My world was still empty, and the air was still as cold as ever. However, there was something more to it than before. At the very least, it was much more stable than before. Has my system changed? Is it intending to go down that Sunder path? It actually really helped me out. If my guess is correct, it's helping me stabilize and perfect my world. And it's even making me write an IOU. My system was quite reliable when it came to accepting money to do things. It would never work for free, and would always adhere to its basic principle of not doing anything without accepting money, and doing as much as it received. This time, it was rather surprising that it was willing to go into debt to help me. My system had fallen into an abnormal state of stagnation. Not only did it ignore my questions, it was also impossible to open anything apart from the progress bar. It was just like a computer that had crashed due to being overloaded. But from another perspective, this was proof of how important my world was. It was so important that my system was willing to give up everything and pour all its power into perfecting it. But just because I was unable to use my system didn't mean that I had nothing else to do. In fact, in order to improve my reputation and adapt to future battles, I had been doing many small things recently. Karo's arena was usually a place where other species would settle their personal grudges. Wise mages would never like a barbarian's arena. But these days, the arena was filled to the brim with mages. Right now, a battle between a silver-armored warrior and an archmage was underway in the arena. The archmage kept constructing walls in an attempt to prevent the warrior from getting close to him, while the earth elemental warrior that was being controlled was also acting as a barrier. Smack. The earth wall that was strong enough to block giants was actually smashed apart. The warrior only lowered his head and raised his shield to protect his head, completely ignoring the secondary earth elemental summoned by his opponent. Boom. This time, the earth elemental energy in the newly erected earth wall wasn't solid enough yet, so it was actually smashed through. The Archmage was caught off guard and was still in the middle of chanting his incantation when a sharp sword arrived in front of him. The mage was so scared that his face was pale as he hurriedly raised his hands to surrender. "Victor, Roland. Congratulations on your 17 consecutive victories." I took off my helmet and smiled in a rather rusty 59 style, Holy Knight style, as I waved at the spectators. This immediately caused even more cheers. It would seem that I'm still as good as ever. As a Holy Knight who used to act as a front and attract sponsors, I was quite skilled at using my face to increase my reputation. But that alone still wasn't enough. And so I smiled as I extended my hand to the loser, pulled him up and began explaining the battle just now. Using an earth wall trap that's been lying in ambush to block high-speed warriors is indeed a good idea, but sometimes it's too obvious. Just now, if you had placed a small tripping trap under the earth wall, as long as the opponent loses his balance, even if it's only for an instant, it would have been enough to kill him. Besides, you only cared about the wall. Couldn't you have dug a pit behind the wall? As long as you blocked the opponent's line of sight, it's highly likely that a high-speed warrior would directly fall into the pit the moment he rushes past the earth wall or over it. Oh! Not only was the mage nodding his head in gratitude, the other spectating mages also took out their notebooks and kept taking notes. Such small combat techniques and practical experience would be impossible to teach in any classroom, since they were combat experience for powerful warriors. Academic mages have a bad habit. They always like to use extravagant high-level spells to crush their opponents. Actually, high-level spells are far too slow and obvious to cast, so they aren't much of a threat to experienced high-level warriors. As long as they're hit in a critical spot, a small ice arrow will be enough to kill them. Simple low-level spells are the best combination to deal with high-level warriors. Yep, these were all training battles, as well as my attempt to increase my reputation. After all, in the world of mages, there were plenty of mages who could impart magical knowledge, but there were pitifully few mages who could impart combat experience and practical techniques. Yep, mages. Although they all acted as combat job classes in battle, I faced them as a magic swordsman who also practiced swordsmanship. This was also the main reason why they were willing to accept me. Since it was also a training battle between mages, they could accept losing. But if warriors constantly defeated mages, it would doubtlessly cause unnecessary trouble. As their highest-ranked archmage, Cade's senior apprentice, I naturally counted as their teacher as well, which greatly reduced their hostility toward me. And since I was an ancient monster who had lived for several hundred years, no matter how ridiculous my behavior was, they would still treat me as normal. May the holy light's favor forever be by your side. A glorious holy light descended, and the defeated mage's wounds began to heal. Even his skin began to glow a pinkish red. However, the others didn't have any reactions. After all, this wasn't the first time this had happened. 13 holy treatments. Could it be that this lord is also a legend-ranked holy knight? Inconceivable. Doubtlessly, having a good reputation as a holy knight would make it much easier for me to increase my reputation. At the very least, everyone took my random stories of adventure seriously. While the others only had expressions of astonishment at the start, Cade was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off. The greedy, perverted, petty, cunning, and vengeful Roland was actually able to become a holy knight? Could it be that the rumors that the god of holy light has gone blind are true? All right then. I'm greedy, perverted, and vengeful. Yep, Cade, you brat, remember it well. Yep, in 2 days, I'll show you just how vengeful I am. Thanks for your hard work. Those brats are finally convinced. Cade, keep being happy. I'll help you spread the name of being a Lulicon throughout the entire city. I wanted to tease him a little more, but suddenly a galloping horse brought me a messenger. Judging from how the messenger waved at me, the letter I had been waiting for all this time had finally arrived. Cade, it seems that it's time for our plan to begin. Chapter 215. Caro's sky was always grayish-yellow. Every day, an endless sandstorm would attack the city's sky barrier. Although it wasn't as windproof as the outside world, it was only natural that the sky inside the city would be pitch black whenever the sandstorm started. Every time this happened, the city's magical lights would be lit up. But since Caro had recently been cut off from the mortal plane, resources and supplies were limited, and magical lights were a luxury that consumed a lot of energy. Whenever the sandstorm started, the entire city would be pitch black, so everyone would have to stay indoors and sleep. And this was only a small part of the harsh environment. The lack of color made this world seem rather monotonous. In order to avoid psychological problems, according to past conventions, Caro's resident mages would usually be rotated out every 3 years. But this unexpected situation meant that Cade, who was about to leave his post, would have to stay here for a very long time. And right now, in this world that was mainly black, gray, and yellow, a different color had appeared. It was an endless expanse of white. My temporary guest room had been completely frozen over by ice. Ice crystals spread all the way down the corridor, and when the ice gathered together, there was an empty space where the ice knight was currently restraining his chill. Phew, I've finally gotten used to it. The death chill that I've just learned is indeed much more useful than freeze. Now then, let's move on to my next target, the ice sword. Of course, I wouldn't spar with Cade for free. To be honest, I really needed a lot of actual combat to familiarize myself with my new abilities. Although my system had sent my frigid winter earth back into my furnace for maintenance, making most of its power unusable, there were still 2 advanced abilities that had evolved from my original abilities. Just completely mastering these 2 abilities took up a lot of my time and effort. Freeze had only just awakened, but that already proved its potential. Its limitless overlay and unavoidable abilities were the same as Frigid Winter's original form. However, the fact that it could only be added upon contact was still a major flaw. Back then, I had left a note that I would be able to evolve it again once I reached the gold rank. Now, as expected, it had evolved again. Death Chill was a strange ability that dealt ice damage in an area. Not only that, every ice damage would decrease the enemy's resistance to ice. I had tested it before, and if a gold rank mage wasn't on guard, they would probably fall asleep in an ice cube within 30 seconds. This overlay inherited Freeze's unavoidable and limitless overlay effect. Simply speaking, as long as I dragged it out long enough, I was confident that I could freeze even an ice dragon. And since this ability was directly connected to my frigid winter earth, I estimated that even a true god would be unable to resist this seemingly low damage freezing effect. This was doubtlessly an incredibly powerful ability. It was likely that it would become the core of my future battle strategies. As long as I wore heavy armor, I was already an outstanding Ken Knight. Not to mention, I also had support abilities like Holy Healing, which would make me an obvious advantage in a battle of attrition. My recent fights with other mages doubtlessly proved just how strange and powerful this ability was. When moving, my opponent's feet would suddenly slip or freeze. When chanting an incantation halfway, I would suddenly be interrupted by a cough. My well-prepared defensive barrier would become a useless and fragile block of ice. This was an even more obvious advantage when fighting against an opponent who was also a melee combatant. The closer I got, the more powerful this death chill would be. When 2 swords clashed, the opponent would have to worry about the ice crystals on their swords. Of course, the death chill wouldn't let the sword wielder go. Although I still needed to discover more uses for this ability, just this ability alone was enough for me to deal with any ordinary legend. The most important part was that this ability wouldn't be affected by the environment of this world. If it could be used even in the earth elemental plane, where water and ice elements were scarce, then it was likely that even the gods would be able to use it in their personal domains. That was what I was most concerned about. However, there were some people who didn't like me. Hey, weren't you the one who said that warriors were all brainless muscleheads? Why did you go into the barbarian job class all by yourself? All right then, having an old friend who knew everything about you was quite frustrating, especially when he knew your dark history like the back of his hand. However, I really didn't know how to respond to such a ridiculing question. It's a long story, right? Did the barbarian empire reply? Yep, they barely managed to contact them. Although they could only say a few words, the Truth Symposium responded quite quickly and gave us some good news. Basically, they gave us full authority to deal with any sudden situations. Basically, I have the final say. Cade smiled proudly. From a certain standpoint, this also showed how much the Barbarian Empire and the Truth Symposium trusted and valued him. This was to be expected. I nodded and didn't say anything. However, Cade then chuckled. While we're at it, they also brought something with them. A small gift for you. A gift for me? Back then, I should have left without saying goodbye. Before I left, I reported Amelia and hurriedly ran away. How could there be a gift for me? It's your graduation certificate. Congratulations. After more than 200 years, you're finally the first graduate to have a certificate and be able to find a job. By the way, you've also broken the history of staying the longest in school and playing truant. All right then, Roland's name was actually written on that little blue booklet, and it even had the Truth Symposium seal on it. I was both angry and amused at first, but then I came to a sudden realization. You're saying some things only need to be known in your heart. There's no need to say it out loud. By the way, remember to thank our teacher Aloso. He even helped you become a special lecturer. This seemed like an insignificant joke, but it represented the mage country's acknowledgement of me. At the very least, I would no longer be an outsider to the mage country. Now that I had the status of a special lecturer who graduated from the mage country, I also had the status of a member of the mage country. It would only be natural for me to command these juniors of mine. Teacher Aloso? That nice guy from the ice element? Yep, I got it. In return, I'll give him a copy of the principles behind Ice Aeon. Yonya, so it really was you. Forget it. Everyone has their own troubles, so I won't mention it. Then, I'll thank you on behalf of Teacher Aloso. After all, this is the only ice element forbidden spell in the past 300 years. Although 99% of people won't be able to learn it, it's still good to enrich our library. After the mage country sent out the news, all of Cairo became busy preparing for war. The conflict between the mage country and the Bardi Empire involved every mage's thoughts. Everyone's goal was to quickly resolve the current problem and return to the mage country. Since Cairo began taking action, the Shadow Tower, Hand of Tiso, and other factions that were on good terms with the mage country also accepted the invitation to join the mage country in preparing for war. As for me, I patiently waited for this fated battle. Omdroken, the blood feud with Red Maple City, is still fresh in our minds. It's time to settle the score. From a certain standpoint, the elemental god of an elemental plane was also the master of this plane. Countless elemental creatures would be under his control. Only extremely powerful elemental creatures would be able to refuse his summons. That was why this was going to be an incredibly dangerous battle from the very start. That was why we needed to prepare a sufficient amount of cannon fodder in order to deal with the elemental gods' nearly limitless number of cannon fodder elemental warriors. Every member of our small team had been working hard since the very beginning. Ordinary wind and water elemental creatures were probably nothing more than trash here. That was why Camdrin had been doing his best to trick the mage country's residents into becoming cannon fodder. The ambitious ancient existences had long since been dissatisfied with Omdroken, especially since he had been sealed away for such a long time and hadn't shown himself after returning. Now, there were even rumors that he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Naturally, Omdroken wasn't much of a threat. The new generation of Earth Elemental Lords were quite ambitious and had long since wanted to replace Omdroken. The older generation of Earth Elemental Lords didn't dare to underestimate Omdroken at all. However, the more they learned about how powerful Omdroken was, the more they didn't want to miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity when they learned that Androken was seriously injured. Later on, Camdrin no longer needed to act as a lobbyist. The Earth Elemental Lords and Earth Elemental Lords formed their own factions, and their numbers had reached the limit. The Earth Elemental God, who normally didn't do much good, was now facing the threat of being impeached by his citizens due to his absence for several thousand years. On the other hand, Renee was also working hard in her own way. The endless demon army was gathering more and more, becoming a major threat to the mortal plane. If it wasn't for the fact that the Earth Elemental Lords wanted to take care of Androken first, the Allied army would likely immediately turn around and attack this demon lord who was acting so recklessly. As for the two semi-god mages in my small team, they didn't relax at all. They didn't even know that there was an endless supply of cannon fodder. They simply carried out their own duties. The countless rune giants and earth-type magical plants had already accumulated into a mountain. Plus, the allied army of outsiders had already arrived. It was likely that Androken was going to be in big trouble this time. Meanwhile, Androken's side was completely silent. Although it was possible to sense that the mountains and rocks were trembling slightly, as if some terrifying existence was breathing and growing stronger. Apart from that, there were no other signs of movement. No Earth Elemental Lords were summoned. In fact, Androken himself wasn't moving at all, as if he was still in a deep sleep. Oh my, Roland really knows how to order people around. He actually made us act as scouts. Still, it's doubtlessly a good thing to be able to see such a situation. It would seem that our chances of victory have increased. Before I even finished speaking, Marguerite and Adam disappeared without a trace. It was no wonder that they were sent to act as scouts. Adam was the strongest shield in the world, and Marguerite had teleportation and defensive abilities. Even if they faced Androken, they would still be able to escape unscathed. Androken being unprepared was completely within expectations. For an elemental god, just the destruction of his physical body would be enough to send him into a long hibernation. And in order to vent his anger, he used his divine soul to cast two forbidden spells. The first spell destroyed Red Maple City's city walls, while the second spell provided the plane's beastmen with terrain to attack. His actions had indeed changed the entire battle situation. However, he didn't even have a physical body at that time, which meant that he had self-destructed his divine soul, paying a tremendous price. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to recover without several hundred or even several thousand years of hibernation. In his eyes, this single attack should have been enough to secure victory. However, he never expected that the beastmen would still be defeated in the end. And when his weakened divine soul returned to the Earth Elemental Plane, he didn't even dare to appear in front of the other Elemental Lords. He directly returned to his home to hibernate. Without a doubt, this was the correct choice. Perhaps as long as he hibernated for a period of time, he would be able to use the Earth Elemental Plane's endless supply of energy to him, and he would be able to once again have the ability to protect himself. This was obviously better than appearing in a weakened state and letting those ambitious Earth Elemental Lords discover his weakness. The only thing that he hadn't miscalculated was that his Earth Elemental Lords viewed him with far too much importance. They were willing to abandon what they were doing in order to eliminate any future threats at all costs. In the end, because he had hibernated, he had lost the initiative. There was only half a month left until the 2-month deadline. This faintly discernible anti-Islamic Androken army had already gathered nearly half of the Earth Elemental Plane's combat strength. Not only would they have an endless supply of cannon fodder, they would also have no lack of high-level combat strength. As I said, with so many people, what's the point of talking about tactics? Just A+1 will be enough. However, this was more to encourage the army's morale than anything else. After all, even if we had the combat strength of a small half of the Earth Elemental Plane, Androken would have the combat strength of an entire Earth Elemental Plane. As the ruler of this Elemental Plane, the Elemental God could use the elemental power of this plane as he pleased. It was as if the entire plane was his divine domain. In his own territory, he wouldn't be any weaker than a mid-level true god. He was definitely much stronger than Felix had been in the past. If it wasn't for the fact that Omdroken had been so heavily injured in the mortal plane, those experienced elemental lords wouldn't have had the courage to rebel against Omdroken at all. And if they missed out on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, it would be highly unlikely that there would be another. However, no one would know just how powerful an elemental god would be in their home turf unless they actually fought. After all, the earliest elemental gods would be replaced was 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. It would be very difficult to find recent battle records. Ask the water elemental god and the wind elemental god. It was a good idea, but it wasn't very realistic. In fact, he had already asked before they parted ways, but the other party had remained strangely silent. It was obvious that the other party had no intention of revealing his trump card. Today is the Earth elemental god's turn. Are you worried that it'll be your turn tomorrow? He's quite careful. We were enemies to begin with, and now we were in a temporary alliance against a common enemy. I wasn't confident that we wouldn't turn on each other tomorrow. It was quite reasonable for him to be so cautious. I was also hiding most of my abilities, so it was only natural that I wouldn't be able to say anything about it. Actually, due to our different elemental elements, our fighting styles are completely different. It's impossible to provide any valuable information to begin with, not to mention that Omdroken's power level and history are far above ours, so it's even more impossible to use him as a reference. In that case, rather than providing false information that will cause miscalculations, it's better to not say anything at all. This excuse sounded very reasonable, but if I believed it, I would really be a fool. However, as a reason for both sides to take a step back, it was not a bad idea. As the countdown to February drew closer and closer, I finally received some good news. Heloise has woken up? That's wonderful. Why did I always seem to forget someone? No, definitely not. You insist that you do? Fine, then you asked for it. Let's see what that existence, whose name had become a forbidden word, has been busy with recently in a distant sand source. A draken wearing only a tattered piece of cloth was currently sitting cross-legged and smiling. All sorts of creatures were gathered around him, including stone giants, sandworms, golden sphinxes, and so on. All sorts of creatures that had been enemies with each other were now sitting together. Of course, the only person capable of such a miraculous feat was the draken currently teaching. All appearances are nothing more than hypocrisy. Appearance is emptiness. Emptiness is appearance. Life is created by oneself, and appearances are born from the heart. Everything in the world is an illusion. All of you hate each other and kill each other just because of some minor differences. You've already become obsessed with appearances. All are equal, and true love knows no boundaries. Perhaps you're of different species and genders, but as long as you have a heart that pursues true love, you're all brothers and sisters at the root. There's nothing different about you. The legend-ranked draken was currently teaching his path of true love to the residents of another dimension. After his words, brainwashing, more and more elemental creatures began following him, searching for a path of coexistence that didn't belong to this dimension. I feel that all bodies are suffering, so I hereby swear that I'm willing to go to the ends of the earth and promote the path of true love. I am willing for all living creatures in the world to abandon their prejudices and ignore race, gender, and appearance to pursue true love. I'm willing to be struck by 9 bolts of lightning to test my willpower, to prove my sincerity. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the draken had just said that he was willing to be struck by lightning to test his willpower when the lightning bolt descended. However, it was unknown if the draken was testing him or simply disliked him and wanted to strike him to death with lightning. This sudden violent lightning bolt caused his disciples to exclaim in surprise. It was quite rare to encounter lightning in the earth elemental plane, and this overflowing lightning element was doubtlessly the best evidence that this was true lightning. The other creatures still intended to save Bayfoam. But suddenly, Beifeng's charred skin fell off, revealing new skin underneath. Beifeng had been struck by lightning, yet he was still completely unharmed. Instead, he revealed his signature smile. As everyone can see with your own eyes, our sincerity has moved the heavens, sending down lightning to test us. Beifeng had just shouted out righteously. The dark clouds that continued to surround him doubtlessly meant that this 9 bolts of lightning were only the beginning. His lightning tribulation hadn't ended, yet his disciples first had expressions of fear as they tried to hide. However, they calmed down when they saw Beifeng smiling as if he didn't care at all. The surrounding creatures all had pious expressions as they bowed to him in a low voice. However, only Beifeng himself knew that it wasn't that he didn't want to run, it was that he couldn't run. I've been sitting for too long. My feet are numb. After being struck by lightning just now, they're all numb to the point where I can't move. The smile on my face has also frozen. Can I take back what I just said? Asterisk boom. Asterisk, all right then. The heavens used their own method to answer him. The residents of the plains enjoyed this super lightning storm that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. It was said that thousands of bolts of lightning tore through the sky that day, breaking the highest record in the history of the Earth elemental plane. The most speechless part was that this miracle became one of the miracles of this abnormal religion. From then on, this abnormal religion and philosophy began to take root.